Good morning and welcome to the 32nd meeting of the Rural Affairs and Islands Committee in 2025. This morning we have apologies from Evelyn Tweed and we welcome Christine Graham, who's joining as our substitute, and we have Emma Roddick, who will be attending remotely. Can I ask Christine Graham for a declaration of interest?
Yes, interest relevant to this committee.
Thank you. Just to say, I'm a bit hoarse this morning, as you can imagine. You'll forgive me after last night's excitement. And I think I've got the honour of probably being the first person in the official report to recognise Scotland's amazing victory last night. So hopefully this morning I'm going to be able to get to the end of the amendments without losing my voice. That was a bit indulgent, but I hope you forgive me. Our first item on the agenda today is consideration of the Natural Environment Scotland Bill at Stage 2. And I welcome to the meeting Gillian Martin, the Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero and Energy, who's supported by Scottish Government officials. And I welcome other members who will be participating in Stage 2 this morning. Officials seated at the table are here to support the Cabinet Secretary, but are not permitted to speak in the debate on amendments. As we have a member participating remotely, I will briefly explain the procedures for hybrid Stage 2 proceedings. If at any stage we lose connection, we will suspend proceedings. Emma Roddick's camera will be kept on at all times. Emma should raise her hand at the appropriate point for each vote. Okay, so we'll kick off. I call Amendment 165 in the name of Beatrice Wishart, grouped with Amendments 53 and 195. Beatrice Wishart to move Amendment 165 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, Cabinet Secretary and members. Before I begin, I'd like to just say that due to time constraints, I will generally only be speaking to my own amendments in each group. This bill places new obligations on Scottish ministers, but without a strengthened biodiversity duty, the delivery burden risks falling disproportionately on a small number of national bodies. My Amendment 165 amends the Nature Conservation Scotland Act to require public bodies to facilitate delivery of the biodiversity strategy and statutory targets. By explicitly linking the biodiversity duty to the new statutory nature targets and the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy, this amendment ensures the whole public sector is aligned behind implementation. It reduces the risk that the bill becomes a top-down framework with no delivery mechanism, which would undermine the credibility of Scotland's targets and ability to meet global commitments. I move Amendment 165.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, speak to Amendment 53 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for inviting me to speak to these amendments. I will speak first to my own Amendment 53 and then I will turn to other members' amendments in this group. Amendment 53 relates to the duty in Part 1 of the Nature Conservation Scotland Act 2004 that requires every public body in Scotland to prepare and publish a biodiversity report every 3 years. Amendment 53 will allow us to make an important change that will simplify the approach to biodiversity reporting and make it more meaningful. It will insert a power into Part 1 of the Nature Conservation Scotland Act 2004 to allow Scottish ministers to specify the relevant public bodies which the reporting duty applies to. These changes will be introduced by secondary legislation, and I can confirm that the Government's intention would be for these to be subject to public consultation. This amendment aligns the biodiversity reporting requirements more closely to those in the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009, providing greater efficiency and a more streamlined process, and it will ensure that public bodies whose remit is largely unrelated to environmental matters or don't manage land and therefore cannot contribute to the biodiversity duty in any substantive way, or can only make a minimal contribution, can be excluded from the duty to report. So, for example, this could include some advisory non-departmental public bodies, such as the National Smart Ticketing Advisory Board, or parliamentary commissioners, such as the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner. So by doing this, will reduce unnecessary administrative burdens, more importantly allows us to concentrate our efforts where they can have the greatest impact on the areas where our biodiversity duty can truly make a difference. So I would encourage members to support Amendment 53. Coming to Beatrice Wishart's Amendment 165, Ms Wishart's amendment aims to connect the fulfilment of the public sector biodiversity duty with our biodiversity strategy and targets, and I can see the merit in this approach proposed by Ms Wishart, but I do have some concerns about ensuring that there are no unintended consequences on the ability of public bodies or office holders to carry out their core functions. So I would ask Ms Wishart if she'd be willing not to press Amendment 165 at this stage and work with me ahead of stage 3 to bring a revised version of her amendment back. However, if Ms Wishart presses it today, I would ask members not to support it, but I am absolutely willing to work with the member ahead of stage 3. Yes, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I call Maurice Golden to speak to Amendment 195 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and I'll be focusing my remarks on my amendment only. This is a relatively simple amendment, 195, which makes it explicit that any review or update to the documents listed in the amendment must have regard to each other. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Any other members? No. Beatrice Wishart to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 165.
Thank you, Convener. And having heard the response from the Cabinet Secretary, I'm happy to withdraw and engage further in discussions before stage 3.
The member has indicated they wish to withdraw the amendment. Does any member object? No. I now call Amendment 103 in the name of Sarah Boyack, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. And I point out that if Amendment 103 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 39 due to preemption. Beg your pardon, 36 due to preemption. Amendments 104 and 105 are direct alternatives. That is, they can both be moved and decided on. The text of whichever is the last agreed is what will appear in the bill. Sarah Boyack to move Amendment 103 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. This amendment to the bill is really important because it strengthens it. Currently, the bill states that targets are to provide a means of supporting and measuring the progress being made in respect to the implementation of the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy and the biodiversity duty, but I would argue that this amendment sharpens the ambition in this bill, because instead of simply supporting biodiversity, commits us to a clear goal of halting and reversing biodiversity loss in Scotland. So Amendment 103 is there to ensure the purpose of setting targets must be a standalone purpose to halt and reverse biodiversity loss in Scotland, rather than being tied to the implementation of Scotland's non-statutory biodiversity strategy, which could be subject to change because supporting is vague. Halting and reversing biodiversity loss is precise and outcome-focused. And by adopting this amendment, the bill will send a strong message that Scotland is not just committed to supporting biodiversity, but to halting and reversing the biodiversity loss that is ongoing. So I do want to move Amendment 103, Convener. Amendment 34 is about protected areas, and it's to ensure that management measures are in place and are demonstrably effective in maintaining and restoring protected sites, and specifically marine protected sites and ecosystems. Protected areas, including marine protected sites, are the cornerstone of Scotland's nature recovery framework and represent some of our most important habitats. And the bill currently focuses on broad ecosystem or species targets, but doesn't explicitly track the condition of these sites. Excuse me. Without a dedicated target, there is a risk that protected areas could remain in poor ecological condition, even if overall biodiversity indicators elsewhere show improvement. So this amendment ensures that the ecological quality and health of both terrestrial and marine protected sites are directly measured and monitored, and it aligns the bill with Scotland's statutory commitments under EU-derived and international law frameworks, and ensures that these critical areas are central to the delivery of nature recovery. Many sites are currently in poor condition, and this amendment makes the restoration a a statutory priority. Marine protected sites are especially vulnerable and need clear legislative backing. For MPAs to really work how they're intended, there needs to be a strong priority that's continuous throughout all environmental legislation, and adopting this amendment will make the bill stronger, more credible and more effective in safeguarding Scotland's most important natural features, whether on land or at sea. Amendment 107 requires the Scottish Ministers to include a nature recovery target focused on fishing pressures within the Bill's biodiversity targets framework. It ensures that fishing impacts are explicitly treated as a key driver of marine biodiversity change. Ministers would report on progress, thereby linking fisheries management with the nature duty cycle established in the Bill. And this approach is consistent with the duty in Section 25 of the Fisheries Act 2020 to incentivise fishing methods that have a lower impact on the marine environment. So this gives power to an individual who may rely on inshore fishing to make a living, but also to do so in a way that creates a sustainable future for the area. And I do want to thank the Scottish Creel Fishing Federation for their suggestions on this amendment and Amendment 108. Because this amendment also requires the Scottish Ministers to include a nature recovery target focused on fishing pressures within the Bill's biodiversity targets framework. It ensures that fishing impacts are explicitly treated as a key driver of marine biodiversity change. It would ensure that ministers would report on progress, thereby linking fisheries management with the nature duty cycle established in the Bill. And this approach is consistent with the duty in Section 25 of the Fisheries Act 2020 to incentivise fishing methods that have a lower impact on the marine environment. And that always sheds light on inshore fishing efforts employing lower impact gears, ensuring that inshore waters are being sustained and the gear isn't surpassing any limits of safety. And it's also a method of monitoring targets for marine restoration. So it's a win-win. It supports local fishing communities, but it also supports nature restoration. I'm like Maurice Golden, I'm not going to comment on every amendment in this group because there are quite a few, but I do also want to just say that the amendments from Mercedes Villalba, my colleague, 42, 3 and 4 are really important because it adds restoration of natural processes to the list of target topics and I think would improve our ecosystems and maintain a healthy ecosystem. And our other amendments are also about the habitats of conservation importance and I think again it's supporting species and action to prevent species extinction and halt decline in species. I shall stop at that point, Convener.
Thank you. I call Lorna Slater to speak to Amendment 36 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. And first note that Sarah Boyack's Amendment 103 unfortunately conflicts with Amendment 36 in the drafting, which is a shame because I think we're working to the same intention there and perhaps at stage 3 we can work together to create amendments that don't conflict with one another and support the same aims. The Scottish Government has already signed up to implement the commitments of the UN Global Diversity Framework. One of these is the much publicised 30 by 30, that is to conserve 30% of land, sea and waters within Scotland. But another one of those commitments, which is much less talked about, but is a commitment that the Scottish Government has already made, is to restore 30% of all degraded ecosystems. That is, and I'm reading from the UN commitment here, to ensure that by 2030, at least 30% of areas of degraded terrestrial, inland water, marine and coastal ecosystems are under effective restoration in order to enhance biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services, ecological integrity and connectivity. So this amendment brings this prior commitment into legislation to encourage action on this matter and also to shine a light on the fact that the Scottish Government has actually already committed to this significant level of nature restoration. This is a chance to put that intention into legislation, Convener, and I move Amendment 36.
Thank you. I call Mercedes Villalba to speak to Amendment 19 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I have 9 amendments in this group and they cover 3 areas. I would like to start by just putting my thanks on record to the organisations who've engaged with me in drafting these amendments: Scottish Rewilding Alliance, Scottish Environment Link, the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, and the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds and the Royal Society of Edinburgh. And I'd also like to thank the Scottish Parliament legislation team for their support in drafting at what must have been a very busy time for them. So the first set, Amendments 19 and 20, relate to an area of concern raised during stage 1 in committee evidence and through the call for views, that there is a crucial need to distinguish between habitat condition and habitat extent when discussing how best we can support habitats. So given that habitat condition and extent are distinct and significant areas of conservation importance, each in their own right, the reasoning is that they should be treated as separate targets in this bill. So my amendments 19 and 20 seek to do this. And the goal here is to clarify and to strengthen the bill's focus on measurable outcomes. And if the Scottish Government isn't able to support these amendments as drafted today, it would be helpful to hear from the Minister how she will address this issue ahead of stage 3. Moving to my next set of amendments in the group, I have 4 amendments already mentioned by my colleague Sarah Boyack. These seek to add additional target topics to the bill. Namely the restoration of natural processes, that's Amendment 42, the condition of marine and terrestrial ecosystems, which is 43, the status of keystone species, which is 44, and the ecological connectivity of natural habitats, which is Amendment 22. Amendment 42, as I've said, relates to the restoration of natural processes, and by introducing a target topic on this area, it recognises that the health of our ecosystems depends upon the proper functioning of natural processes and seeks to add natural processes explicitly to the list of target topics, which would then enable secondary legislation creating targets on this topic to be introduced. Natural processes as a term would refer to any ecological cycles and/or processes that are hydrological, geological, atmospheric, or otherwise relate to flora and fauna. For example, this would include seed and pollen dispersal via wind, wildlife, or water. We know that ecological change and decline in Scotland is often related to disrupted natural processes, such as the seed rain from the invasive non-native Sitka spruce, which dries out peatlands, leading to the release of previously stored carbon. As it stands, large swathes of Scotland's land are being managed under conservation efforts, yet biodiversity continues to decline. So this amendment is ambitious in that it shifts the conversation from merely protecting our natural environment towards restoring Scotland's biodiversity. Similarly, Amendment 43 ensures both marine and terrestrial ecosystems are included in nature recovery targets. As my Labour colleague Sarah Boyack has highlighted through her amendments, urgency is needed in our actions to protect the marine environment. The alarming fact that less than 1% of Scotland's inshore waters are in recovery further highlights the need for the inclusion of both marine and terrestrial ecosystems in this legislation. So through this amendment, secondary legislation will set targets for the recovery of Scotland's seas as well as land. Amendment 44 is closely related to the previous 2 amendments in that it provides the opportunity for the Scottish Government to be ambitious in upscaling its work on ecologically threatened species. Keystone species are such species that have a disproportionately large effect on ecosystems when compared with their relative abundance in nature. And so it follows that if restoration and conservation efforts are focused on only threatened species, there's a danger that approaches for non-critically threatened species may be delayed. And habitat fragmentation is one of the leading drivers of biodiversity loss. Therefore, improving ecological connectivity is a vital step, not only in improving the resilience of our natural environment, but in being ambitious in our legislation by looking to restore our natural woodlands. So Amendment 22 is intended to address this through the introduction of a dedicated target on connectivity. Now, I know that Ariane Burgess has an Amendment 47 in a later group, which I think may seek to achieve something similar in this area. So I'll listen to her contribution in that group with interest. And my final 3 amendments in this group seek to broaden the scope for species targets beyond those species classed as threatened. So the goal here is to promote conservation and restoration, thereby securing and safeguarding the recovery of Scotland's natural environment in its entirety. Amendment 21 amends the species target to species including but not limited to threatened species, whereas Amendment 105 replaces threatened species with species of conservation concern, and then Amendment 106 provides a definition of species of conservation concern. Now, I think Amendment 104, in the name of Evelyn Tweed, and Mark Ruskell's Amendment 23 seek to achieve a similar aim. So, again, I'll listen to their contributions and the Minister's response before deciding whether to move those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Emma Roddick to speak to Amendment 104 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I'm speaking to Evelyn Tweed's Amendment 104 today. The committee is aware that Part 1 of the bill sets out the 3 target topics under which Scottish ministers must set statutory targets. As highlighted in the Stage 1 report, it has become apparent that the second target topic, status of threatened species, is being interpreted by some stakeholders to only mean species that are currently listed as endangered, which is a narrower interpretation than was intended. As noted in the policy memorandum for the bill, the intention behind the topic threatened species is to comprise species that are under threat now, species that have populations that are declining, and species that may potentially be under threat in the future. The target topic is intended to incorporate species at threat of extinction, species abundance and distribution, population size of exploited species, as well as genetic diversity. Amendment 104 therefore updates the wording in Section 2(1)A in order to more accurately capture that wider definition of threatened species and provide reassurance. So I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for working with Evelyn Tweed on this issue. And for these reasons, I encourage members to support Amendment 104, which I move.
Thank you. I call Beatrice Wishart to speak to Amendment 166 and other amendments in the group.
Amendment 166 adds a target topic of biodiversity restoration against a historic baseline. Scotland has seen declines in species abundance and habitat extent over multiple decades. If targets are only set relative to current levels, which are already depleted, then there's a risk of masking long-term declines and focusing on slowing loss rather than delivering recovery. Targets should build in a long-term sense of the scale of ecological loss. The Biodiversity Intactness Index is an existing metric for this approach. Requiring a target for restoration against a historic baseline reflects the scale of recovery required.
Thank you. I call Ariane Burgess to speak to Amendment 167 and other amendments in the group.
Greens have lodged a series of targets to improve the state of key habitats and species. Scotland has world-famous iconic species, and people travel from around the globe to view our wild places, and we must do what we can to protect them. Amendment 167 asks ministers to set a target for when Scotland's rainforest will be restored and its size doubled. The native woodlands of Scotland's west coast are the last remnants of temperate rainforest in the country. The high rainfall, relatively mild temperatures, and clean air create the perfect conditions for an abundance of plants, mosses, liverworts, and lichens. We're beginning to recognise the importance of restoring Scotland's rainforest. Its importance for biodiversity it's as important for biodiversity as the tropical rainforest. The amendment replicates the goals set out in the Forestry and Land Scotland Strategic Approach Plan for the rainforest. By placing this into legislation, there will be a greater oversight for the steps taken by government and its agencies to deliver it. Amendment 168 requires ministers to set targets in relation to species reintroductions, in particular the Eurasian lynx. The reintroduction of missing native species is a key action to deliver native recovery. So it's appropriate to include this as a target topic. The reintroduction of keystone species, such as the Eurasian lynx, would help to restore a balance to our ecosystems. Lynx are forest-dwelling cats, about the size of a Labrador dog, thought to have become extinct in Scotland during the Middle Ages, around 1,000 years ago, due to habitat destruction, prey decline, and hunting. They're not dangerous to humans and eat mostly roe deer and other small species. Lynx would benefit Scotland's wildlife, helping to restore biodiversity and improve the health of our ecosystems through their influence on various ecological processes. For example, their effect on the behaviour of herbivores, the behaviour of some herbivores may allow for more natural regeneration within our woods. Yes, I'll take an intervention from.
I think it's just a quick question, or two potentially quick questions on things you've just mentioned. One is there a concern that actually when you're talking about what things were like in the past, that actually as time has moved on, as the climate has changed, that it's not always possible to go back to what we've had in the past? But secondly, on the links reintroduction, what evidence have you got, or can you tell us, that sort of supports what the impact of reintroduction of links would be on the agricultural or crofting community in Scotland?
I think those are great questions, and I'm just going to go on to address that. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework 2022 calls for species recovery and reintroduction to restore ecosystem function, and links reintroductions could boost Scotland's contribution to those global goals. Modelling shows that the Scottish Highlands has sufficient well-connected habitat to support a reintroduced population of lynx. During 2024, Links to Scotland completed a national links discussion, bringing together representatives from a wide range of key stakeholder groups, including farmer and landowner organisations, gamekeepers, foresters, tourism operators and conservationists. And this process resulted in a shared agreement between all participants to continue exploring the possibility of reintroducing links in the future. I would encourage members to support Amendment 168. The marine environment, as we've heard already from other colleagues in the committee room, needs to be more explicitly on the face of the bill, and I have a range of amendments throughout the bill to do just that. Amendment 45 makes this explicit by requiring ministers to set targets for at least 10 marine habitats, while Amendment 46 makes explicit that there should be separate targets for inshore and offshore marine habitat. And I urge members to support these amendments to ensure that the marine environment has parity with the terrestrial habitats when targets are being set. Amendments 169 and 170 are targets for the restoration of seagrass and kelp beds, as well as for increasing whale populations in Scottish waters. Seagrass and kelp are vital habitats supporting many species, and there's a great deal of work taking place around our coastal waters at the moment to carry forward that restoration process. A target would be welcome. Healthy whale populations can indicate flourishing marine ecosystems. Given their place at the top of the food chain, they can only survive if the overall ecosystem is in a good state. And there's now scientific evidence that they will help us with our climate change emissions by storing carbon. Finally, Amendments 173 and 175 would require a target to be set to limit bottom-towed fishing gear in at least 30% of Scotland's inshore waters. We need to reverse this chronic economic decline in our inshore fisheries by rebalancing fishing away from the use of damaging bottom-towed gears towards more sustainable forms of fishing through a just transition. Better regulations of bottom-towed fishing should be one strand of this work, as it would result in greater protection of Scotland's seas to recover nature and sustainable livelihoods. An inshore limit covering at least 30% of Scotland's inshore zone would have the best economic environmental outcomes, meaning more protection, more fish, and more jobs. At the moment, there's no existing definition for demersal mobile fishing gear in Scottish law, and my amendment includes a different definition proposed by RC's coalition. The definition gives enough specificity while allowing flexibility for a certain degree for future proofing. My thanks go to Open Seas, the Scottish Rewilding Alliance, and the Scottish Creel Fishermen's Federation for their support in these amendments. Should I speak to Ross Greer as well?
Yeah, just continue.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'll call that. You've spoken to the amendments in your name.
Yes.
I now call you to speak to Amendment 171 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you. Speaking on behalf of Ross Greer, Amendment 171, in the name of Ross Greer, would require a target for the population size and the extent of our amazing nature red squirrel population. Reds have been under pressure since North American grey squirrels were spread across the UK by the 11th Duke of Bedford in the 1890s. Their population has declined for decades, but recent conservation efforts have resulted in what could be the beginning of a turnaround. This amendment specifies a target for the extent of the RED's geographical spread, as well as their population size, because at present the RED population is quite heavily concentrated in certain areas, and this puts them at risk from the spread of disease. Red squirrels are truly iconic as a Scottish species. 80% of the UK's total red squirrel population is here. Recent efforts have shown that we can stop their slide towards extinction, but more action and more accountability is needed if we're to reverse the damage done over the last century.
Thank you. Matt Ruskell to speak to Amendment 23 and other amendments in the group.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. And, I'm aware that a number of members have brought forward amendments seeking to expand targets beyond threatened species. And this amendment that I brought forward is very much in that same space as well. So the bill at the moment says that ministers can make targets related to the status of threatened species. But we know that many species are on the edge of being threatened, and changing climate might mean some unexpected species quickly become at risk. So I think we all accept there's a need for a bit more flexibility than is currently in the bill as drafted. And I think a preventative approach here would really help. And Amendment 23 would broaden this target topic to cover any habitat species, regardless of whether they're rare or threatened. Now, just reflecting what members have already said in this section, I'm aware that Evelyn Tweed has got an amendment, which Emma Roddick is moving here today. I'm kind of assuming that maybe that's, the amendment that perhaps the government might favour in this space. But I would perhaps urge the government to, have a conversation with myself and Evelyn Tweed and Emma and Mercedes Villalba as well ahead of stage 3, and just see if we can just reach a consensus on the right way forward on that. So what I'm saying is I won't move mine today if others won't move theirs, and we could perhaps just come back to this. I accept we'll hear from the Cabinet Secretary in a minute, but I accept the government's intent here is probably to look again at this section. And I think a conversation on that would be helpful. Yeah, and I'm going to leave it. Oh, actually, no, the one thing I would like to mention as well, just in relation to Sarah Boyack's amendment, important, but there is that slight mismatch with Lorna Slater's. So again, I would urge Sarah Boyack perhaps to not move today and just have a discussion about how her amendment then fits in with those really important UN biodiversity goals which Scotland has signed up to, and I don't think are kind of adequately reflected yet within this bill. So yeah, in summary, I think there's a few more conversations that need to be had between stage 2 and stage 3, and would kind of urge members to not move towards a solution at this point on these things.
Thank you. Any other members? Tim Eagle.
Thank you, Convener. Can I just come in on a couple of people? First of all, actually, Convener, can I just note my register of interest? I have got a small farm up in Murray and have been in environmental schemes and such before. Just a couple of points on some of the amendments that have come up around Arian Burgess and Mercedes Villalba. One is, I think it's really important that we take communities with us whenever we're talking about things like species reintroduction. And I think we're already seeing in parts of the Highlands and Islands with sea eagles, with beavers, that they are coming into conflict. And we're not, and I've got amendments later on that I'll talk to, which talks about how we actually review where we've reintroduced species and compensate fairly to make sure that actually rural populations are taken on that journey, because we constantly talk in this Parliament about rural depopulation, and I'd fear that whilst I don't take away from the need to restore biodiversity at all, and I don't want to put that message across, we absolutely need to take our rural communities with us on that journey and not leave them behind. And the second point I'd like to make, because inshore fisheries have come up, my understanding, unless I'm wrong, is this Parliament is already doing a huge amount of work and consulting groups across Scotland on inshore fisheries. We are preempting all of that. If we start jumping into putting massive changes into the Natural Environment Bill, which doesn't, again, take those people on that journey with us, and in regards specifically to bottom trawling, that's highly regulated already. I think we need to allow that consultation to continue, work with those communities, and I'm sure at some point in the near future that whatever the government might look like in the future will bring that back to us. Thank you.
Edward Mountain.
Thank you very much, Convener, and I'd just like, before I say anything, to remind the committee of my register of interest in that I am a farmer in Murray, farming about 500 acres, which I own, and about 500 acres I rent. I'm privileged to have red squirrels on my farm, and I want to talk about those, if I may, but can I just talk to two amendments? One amendment first, which is Amendment 169 in the name of Ariane Burgess. I welcome that amendment, and I'm surprised, and I'd be delighted if the member could explain to me why killer whales were left off that list, as they are an important species. Maybe an oversight, maybe something that could be brought back at stage 3 if not going to be mentioned. The other amendment I want to talk to is Amendment 171, particularly red squirrels raised by Ross Greer. I have a great hope that red squirrels will appear across Scotland, and I see that Rachel Hamilton in Group 5 has got amendments 291, 292 and 293 relating to red squirrels and their management. Red squirrels, if they are to re-establish in Scotland, need a lot of protection. As I'm sure the convener and members will know, that Murray has been declared a safe haven for red squirrels in the aim that it would be able to expand out from there and populations to regrow. I hope nothing more than that will happen. The problem is there are limiting factors, and I'm glad to see that if it goes into this section, that the Cabinet Secretary will be responsible for introducing targets and methods to ensure that they spread out. And I would just point out, it may be unpalatable to point out, is that to allow them to spread out, you are going to have to control 2 species, namely pine marten, who prey on red squirrels quite extensively, and goshawks, which prey on red squirrels extensively, both of which are being introduced into land owned by Forestry Land Scotland in Murray, and are seeing the demise of red squirrels in an area that's been classed as their safe haven. So as long as when that amendment goes through, 171, which I hope it will, that's understood. The other issue I just want to mention is Amendment 168. I have problems with Amendment 168, not only as a farmer. At this time of year, we are in the position of calving, and because of the change in climate, we are putting calves outside to ensure that they don't get the effects of pneumonia. So these are young, day-old calves going outside, which would be a perfect species and target for lynxes. That would cause me immense problems, as it would all farmers across Scotland. But I certainly would take an intervention from Ms Burgess.
In my notes, I pointed out that there has been quite a lot of work being done around lynx introduction, and the idea here is about exploring that possibility. And I would invite the member to have a look at the work that's being done by Links to Scotland, and perhaps get engaged with the National Links discussion, which has brought farmers and land managers together as part of that discussion.
Thank the member for that intervention. I'm always happy to engage with other parties regarding species which may have a place in Scotland. But I've already suggested there may be problems. I have a bigger problem, and that for the last 8 years, convener, I have fought hard with local interest to see the introduction of wildcats back into Scotland. I think it is the most exciting project that is being undertaken in the Highlands. And I wish they were as common as they were when I was a young boy, and it was not unusual to see them. The problem is 2 species, lynx and wildcat, compete for territory. Now, if you were going to have the introduction of lynx, there has been no work done to say what will happen to the wildcat population. I've watched carefully on some of the discussion groups, and people say that the wildcats that we are introducing back into Scotland through the wildlife park at Aviemore are not fully certified as wildcats. They're as close to wildcats as we can get. I would think 70 to 80% pure genetics. Now, to lose those genetics to introduce lynx may well, convener and the Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure, is aware, should the Ecocide bill come out and be passed in this Parliament, allow the Cabinet Secretary and whoever introduced them to be liable to a charge of ecocide. I wish to say no more, and I won't speak in Amendment 5, convener, because I believe the points that I've made already. So I know you're short of time, and thank you for allowing me to speak to these amendments.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I would just like to put on record my concerns about introduction of targets and restrictions out with the route that we've seen of co-design, particularly in the marine environment, where there is, as Tim Eagle has already stated, extensive work and engagement with industry and with science to look at the best way forward, particularly for sectors like the trawling sector. I think it's dangerous that this bill, not just on marine issues, is being used to accelerate the introduction of restrictions and targets out with the recognised routes to making good legislation. I just want to put that on record. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. Before I address these many amendments in this group individually, I thought it would be helpful to set out the general approach that I've taken to targets and why the bill is drafted in the way that it is. Section 2 sets out 3 target topics under which Scottish ministers must set statutory targets. Now, I'd like to make it clear that marine inshore waters, and in fact marine in general, are in the scope of the 3 target topics. They're part of the natural environment. Marine has, of course, absolute parity with terrestrial. The topics are deliberately broad and high level in order to provide the necessary flexibility to set out what will be robust targets and indicators in secondary legislation. As the committee set out in its Stage 1 report, the consensus among stakeholders that the proposed 3 topic areas in Section 2C, alongside the flexibility to set targets in other areas relating to the restoration or regeneration of biodiversity, provides a robust framework for setting effective statutory targets. So the setting of targets and indicators needs to be based on evidence, take into account the advice of scientific and independent experts. And as we were clear when we consulted on our proposals for statutory targets, the aim is to find a suite of targets that enable us to track the overall status of biodiversity. So, however, in doing so, we need to avoid the risk of setting statutory targets for everything. All species mentioned, people have mentioned a range of species in this group. By being specific, we're ended up having lists. But as Mr Mountain pointed out, what about this? What species that's not included? The way that I've set out the targets in the bill includes everything under that one umbrella. Proposed amendments relating to targets might be comprehensive and reflect the complexity and interconnectedness of biodiversity, but also be disproportionately bureaucratic and burdensome. So putting an excessive number of targets into legislation risks of diluting public and political focus and weakening accountability. Accordingly, the approach that we've taken in the bill is to be comprehensive but proportionate and effective. So I'd also add that the practical aspect that introducing new target topics at this stage would require significant lead time to develop very necessary additional scientific advice, will almost certainly delay the implementation of the targets themselves. So on this basis, I would ask the committee not to agree to amendments 42, 43, 44, 22, 34, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 45, 46, 173, 101, 108 and 75 in this group. On amendments 19 and 20, I understand the reason that Ms Villalba has lodged amendments 19 and 20, but I am concerned that they would effectively narrow the target topic by restricting it only to habitats of conservation importance, and I know that that is not her intent with these amendments. As currently drafted, the first target topic already encompasses habitat quality and extent, including protected areas, and importantly takes into account habitats outside of these protected areas. The term conservation importance, as in the drafting, limits the scope of habitats in this target topic, and in turn the available set of indicators which can be used to set targets against. So on this basis, I would ask the committee not to agree to amendments 19 and 20. I will.
I just want to clarify that the intent behind those amendments is to have distinct targets for condition and extent. So I take on board what the Minister said about the wording of conservation importance, but on the point of having distinct targets for condition and extent, is that something that she could work with me to address ahead of stage 3?
I'm willing to work with anyone ahead of any stage in the bill, and I think that as drafted, it has that unintended consequences of that I've stated. Whether I would be able to work on something which again puts that distinction in when it's already covered by what's already set out in the draft bill. But I'm happy to have a meeting with Ms Villalba ahead of stage 3 on anything that we think we can work together and maybe to strengthen it. However, I would say that I have set these 3 specific targets to encompass absolutely everything that Ms Villalba has actually raised in her amendments. But I'm happy to meet with her ahead of stage 3. Right, I just need to find my space. Turning now to Sarah Boyack's amendments 103 and Lorna Slater's amendments 36. The strategic framework for Scotland includes the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy, delivery plans and targets that are intended to work together to address the biodiversity crisis in Scotland, and that's what they're designed to do. The removal of the reference to the biodiversity strategy and the biodiversity duty are unnecessary and jeopardises this integrated approach as described. So I'd like to reassure Ms Boyack that the targets will drive coordinated action across government through the strategic framework to achieve the goal of halting and reversing biodiversity loss. Ms Slater's Amendment 36 would include a very specific reference to the restoration of degraded habitats, absolutely an important consideration, a key target within the global biodiversity framework. I recognise the importance, of course I recognise the importance of restoring degraded habitats in a global context, but our focus should be ensuring that we have adequately broad framework, which then allows us to set targets for Scotland through secondary legislation, which in turn helps us support our wider international commitments. It doesn't particularly specify, but of course is included in the broad targets. The level of specificity within the bill would risk undermining the comprehensive framework that has been established, prejudges details intended for secondary legislation. So for that reason, I would ask the committee to not support Amendment 103 and 36. Excuse me, convener, I have a dry throat. Ms Tweed's amendment 104, Ms Villalba's amendments 21, 105 and 106 and Mr Ruskell's amendment 23, as been pointed out by Mr Ruskell, all essentially seek to do the same thing. And I'm fully supportive of the principle behind them. Of the 3 sets of amendments, though, I am supporting Ms Tweed's amendment. We worked together on this. I think it best reflects the wider definition of the threatened species set out in policy memorandum of the bill. On this basis, I would ask at this point members to support Ms Tweed's amendment 104. I would ask Ms Villalba and Mr Russell not to press their amendments. If they feel that there's any tweaks that need made after if this amendment by Ms Tweed's passed ahead of stage 3, again, I'm happy to have that conversation ahead of stage 3. Yes. Yes.
I thank the Minister for taking the intervention. I'm happy not to move that amendment today on the basis that she said she's willing to work with us ahead of stage 3. She's also said in response to my previous intervention that she's always happy to work with members ahead of any stage. But I would just like to point out, because she may not be aware, I did request a meeting ahead of stage 2 so that we could discuss and work on areas of agreement. I wasn't given a meeting until after today. I think it's next week or possibly the week after. And I know she's not in charge of her diary, but just to point that out, she's obviously managed to have time with Ms Tweed. They happen to be in the same party. I know that's how these things work, but there are members around the table that do want to work with the government to bring stuff forward constructively.
Well, actually, that's not how these things work, because I had meetings with Sarah Boyack ahead of stage 2, and I apologise if she's not been given a meeting with me. I'll look into that, because it's very important to me, and anyone that knows me since I've been a minister in this government will know that I make every effort to meet with members who actually want to get in touch with me and talk about their amendments. So I apologise that she's not been given a meeting before, because I absolutely would have made time to speak through these amendments with Mercedes Villalba. I do not give any preference to my own party members. I want to meet, if anyone asks to meet me, and I'm sorry that that's not happened in this case, and I'm actually going to, after this meeting, I'll find out why that has not happened, but I will meet with her ahead of stage 3. Moving on to amendments 42, 43, 44. They seek to add something to the bill that's actually already there. Targets relating to the restoration of natural processes, conditions of marine and terrestrial ecosystems and the status of keystone species can all be set under the target topics that are already listed within the bill. Amendment 43 can adequately be captured within the broad and high-level definition of the target topic, the condition or extent of any habitat. Amendment 44 can adequately be captured within the broad and high-level definition of the target topic, the status of threatened species, and Amendment 42 can adequately be captured within the broad and high-level definition of the target topic, enhancing environmental conditions for nature restoration. So Amendments 42, 43 and 44 are therefore unnecessary, so I would ask members not to support them as there is no need. Amendment 22. Target topics in the bill have been carefully selected through a robust science-led approach and on the basis of advice from the Biodiversity Programme Advisory Group and Nature Scot. The target topics included in the bill are meant to be wide and overarching, as I've said before, allow a variety of targets to be set under each topic. So we already have a target topic that will help to support ecosystem connectivity, as proposed by Amendment 22. We're not waiting for targets to be in place to take action. Connectivity has been addressed through existing commitments such as Nature Networks and National Planning Framework 4. While ecological connectivity was considered, it was ranked low priority due to limitation in quality and robustness of the available indicators, but it does, of course, sit under those three broad topics. Amendment 34 seeks to add something to the bill that's already there. The first target topic is the condition or extent of any habitat. So again, I'll reassure Ms Boyack that targets relating to the condition of designated natural features on protected sites and the marine protected sites can be set under the first target topic. It's something that the Programme Advisory Group will be exploring as part of the four-step process of setting quantifiable targets. I will
thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking intervention. What would be the timescale of that decision on setting the target that you've just mentioned?
I'll need to come back to her on that. It will depend on the passage of this bill and what's in the final bill, and we'll see the final bill. But obviously, once I have the timescales, it would probably be after the passing of this bill that I would be able to give her an answer on that. So I will move on to Amendment 168, to recognise the role that reintroductions of native species can play in nature restoration. But any proposed reintroduction, as I think some members have alluded to, absolutely has to have significant consultation and ensuring that the views of those who have been most affected by any species reintroduction are fully taken into account. The Scottish Government does not intend to reintroduce lynx or any other large carnivorous species into Scotland because of the potential for negative impacts on agriculture and rural communities. We support the targeted reintroduction of other native species where appropriate, but we always consult on that. In responses to Amendments 45 and 46, I'd like to reassure Ms Burgess that targets relating to marine habitats can be set under the current target topics, and that's something, as I said, the Biodiversity Programme Advisory Group will be exploring in their process for setting quantifiable targets. 45, 46 duplicate what's already in the bill. Splitting targets across offshore and inshore fails to recognise the distribution of these habitats. Our aim is to manage our marine environment in a holistic manner, and that's reflected in our current approach under the UK Marine Strategy. Anything that's within the legal competence of the Scottish Parliament can be considered for development of targets and indicators. So for the marine environment, there is a complex mix of legislatively devolved, executively devolved and reserved powers across our inshore and offshore waters. And that has to be considered and taken into account when developing specific targets. Amendments 107, 108, 173 and 175, they all deal with assessing or protecting inshore habitats from fishing pressures, including a proposed blanket ban on mobile gear in 30% of the inshore areas. So spatial protection from pressures already provided through the Marine Protected Areas Network. Some of the members have alluded to the fact there's already a great deal of ongoing work in this area. Each site is assessed individually based on its protected features. Appropriate measures are supported by evidence, including from our statutory advisors. I urge the committee to resist these amendments. Any proposal that singles out mobile trawl gear over static gear isn't evidence-based, could potentially lead to significant socio-economic impacts on large parts of the Scottish fishing fleet. So all fishing gear has an impact on the marine environment, but we must take an evidence-based approach to fisheries management. Did someone ask to intervene? Sorry, I heard a no. Introducing a target of banning bottom trawling of 30% of inshore waters, it pays no regard to the work that's already underway to introduce proportionate fisheries management measures in inshore MPAs, and I know that I appreciate that some members have already alluded to the fact that it has to be evidence-based, and there's already a great deal of work ongoing. Convener.
Cabinet Secretary. I remind members that if Amendment 103 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 36 due to preemption. Sarah Boyack to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 103.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think this has been a really good debate on a series of incredibly well-intentioned amendments, and I think there's an important issue here about the ambition to strengthen this legislation, and I do want to thank all those stakeholders who've been in touch and those who helped us craft our drafts for today's discussion. And I think it's about what does this legislation actually deliver once it's passed at stage 3. So the detail is important, and on some of these amendments I'll certainly reflect in advance of stage 3. In Amendment 103, the ambition behind this, which was supported by RSPB and Open Seas and the Scottish Rewilding Alliance, the aim was to clarify and enable future governments to give them a clear rationale for subsequent target setting, and the ambition was to ensure that future Scottish governments can't interpret targets narrowly without wider consideration of the true ecological impact. So that was the ambition behind it, and as Lorna Slater has offered, I am happy to work with colleagues in advance of stage 3, but I just wanted to be clear that that was the ambition, that it was actually to help in terms of the Scottish Government's drafting of this bill. It was to actually make it more effective.
Intervention, so I can give her some clarification. Yeah. I just want to look to the draft bill. The statutory instrument containing regulations for setting a target per matter relating to each of the topics must be laid before the Scottish Parliament within 12 months of Section 1. So I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't have the detail in front of me. Obviously, it has to be within 12 months. Obviously, I couldn't give her a definitive time within that 12 months.
Okay, I think what we're trying to do here is to get moving on it, because there's been a lot of work done before we've even got to this stage of proposing this bill. So really it's about accelerating process. My Amendment 34, I have heard the comments that colleagues have made about my Amendment 34. And again, it's about timing. And I again want to thank RSPB, Open Seas and Scottish Environmental Link for their support on this. It's about having a dedicated target. And the worry is that without a target, protected areas could remain in poor ecological condition, even if you've got overall biodiversity indicators showing improvement elsewhere. So it was to try and align our statutory commitments in Scotland under EU-derived and international frameworks and make sure that these critical areas are central to the delivery of nature recovery. So it is important. I think there is scope for discussions before stage 3, but I hope the Cabinet Secretary accepts the fact that a lot of the amendments we're putting forward are because people want to strengthen the bill. The other comment I would make is that in terms of implementation, it's going to be critical that Nature Scot is adequately funded so it can actually lead on this work. There's been lots of talk of research and development and committees that are going to work together. our statutory organisations are going to need to be properly invested in and supported, because there will be new ambitions in this bill that will require more work, more research, but more implementation. So I think that's absolutely critical. I am prepared to discuss details of some of my amendments in advance of stage 3, but I hope committee members, given the discussion that was held at stage 1, there is ambition to go further, and it's absolutely critical for our biodiversity on and offshore, and working together is critical. I do take the points of Tim Eagle, but there's something about how we support the fishing industry as well. It's not just about requirements, it's about working with those sectors who are keen to go further and further forward. So at that point, I will not try and attempt to comment every single amendment, but I think it's been a positive debate on all these amendments, and it's that ambition to go further, because we don't want long-term decline, as Beatrice Wishart suggested. We actually want nature-based recovery, and that's the ambition behind many of our amendments. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Sarah Boyack, are you pressing or withdrawing Amendment 103?
I do want to press it because there was such huge support for it, but I accept that not everyone will accept it today, and on that basis, if it doesn't go forward, I'm still up for discussions. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, the question is that Amendment 103 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposing? Those members abstaining? The result of the vote is 1 for, 7 against, 1 abstention. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 36 in the name of Lorna Slater, already debated with Amendment 103. Lorna Slater, to move or not move?
Not move, Convener.
The amendment has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 18 in the name of Mark Ruskell, grouped with amendments as shown in the grouping. And I point out that if Amendment 177 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 109 and 178 due to preemption. If Amendment 189 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 190, 191 and 192 due to preemption. Mark Ruskell to move Amendment 18 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 18 is a simple change. It would change the current wording from ministers may set targets to must set targets. And if we're giving the nature emergency the attention it deserves and setting targets cannot be optional, they must have a clear ministers must have a clear duty to actually set nature targets. Similarly, Amendment 24 requires ministers to lay a statement which will set out how they intend to achieve their targets. This would give Parliament more reassurance that there are plans in place to meet the new targets. After all, targets are only as good as the plans to deliver them. I'm cautious about setting too long a list of criteria to include here, but I've sought to include those that would give a sufficient indication of the government's intentions. Amendment 49 would require ministers to publish catch-up reports if targets are missed, similar to the Climate Change Act, where ministers set out what additional steps they will take to catch up a missed target. And the credibility of nature targets in the bill depends on meaningful action, planning and scrutiny. This amendment strengthens accountability by ensuring ministers must identify concrete measures to close delivery gaps, prevent drift and help secure sustained progress towards recovery. Now, I acknowledge that Emma Roddick's got similar amendments in this group. Listen carefully to what she says, and also the Cabinet Secretary's comments here as well. I'm going to turn very briefly to other amendments in the group. Maurice Golden's 182 would require ESS to have a role in reviewing the government's progress to meet targets. I'd be interested to hear that. And also, conversely, Mercedes Villalba's Amendment 25 would allow ministers to transfer this responsibility away from ESS to another body in future. I'm not entirely sure the reasoning behind that, but again, I look forward to hearing from that. On that, Sarah Boyack's amendments look to establish Citizens' Assembly to inform target setting. I absolutely see the value of Citizens' Assemblies. I think we've seen that with the Climate Bill. I just have a slight concern about, us leaving the science behind in terms of setting the targets. I think in terms of how we deliver the targets, a Citizens' Assembly would be very valuable. But again, I'll listen to Sarah Boyak's comments on that. And finally, I would urge members to support Ariane Burgess's amendments 47 and 48, which would require that targets are ecologically coherent and align with other government strategies. I look forward to Ariane Burgess explaining those. Thank you.
Can you move the
move Amendment 18?
Thank you, Mr Ruskell. I now call on Maurice Golden to speak to Amendment 174 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 174, 176, 179, 180 and 181 around the measurement of targets. Currently in the bill, Scottish ministers must specify the manner in which indicators or progress made on the targets is to be measured. This is akin to someone marking their own homework and isn't in alignment with other target-setting legislation. For example, the climate change target, which provides for a target-setting criteria in Section 2B of the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009, and the proposed package of amendments replicates the target-setting criteria of the Climate Change Act to be applied to this bill. Turning to Amendment 182, this amendment entrusts the evaluation of progress towards meeting the targets to Environmental Standards Scotland, where it is the authority of ESS to evaluate whether targets have been met. This would require ESS to notify Scottish ministers and the Scottish Parliament of this evaluation while retaining the provisions for Scottish ministers' accountability to the Scottish Parliament, as well as their ability to self-declare if a target is no longer achievable. Moving on to Amendment 188, this requires Scottish ministers to seek and have regard to views to the relevant committee of the Scottish Parliament with respect to targets or topics. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call on Tim Eagle to speak to Amendment 177 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I think actually my Amendment 177 it brings up on a point that was discussed in the previous group. But as currently drafted, the National Environment Scotland Bill allows ministers to, by regulation, set targets which relate to the natural environment. It currently requires a number of SSIs containing regulations for setting such targets to be laid before Parliament within 12 months of Section 1 of this Act coming into force. My Amendment 177 removes that requirement in relation to the SSIs because I do not believe that time should be the driving force here. Instead, we need to ensure that the targets set are well considered and not driven by an arbitrary deadline. That is not to say I'm trying to stop what we are trying to do, but make sure that, again, my previous point, that we are taking communities with us. And I completely agree with Mark Ruskell's point on this. Targets are only as good as the plans to deliver them, and that's the critical point that we need to get right in this, not a time frame, which is why I've suggested that be removed. My Amendment 183 is a drafting amendment for 184. My Amendment 184 relates to the review the bill requires ministers to carry out into how the targets they create by regulations are operating. It means that when carrying out the review, ministers will need to seek and have regard to views relating to the targets set and topics set out in this part of the bill. Those views would have to include those that can represent the views of land managers. This would ensure biodiversity targets are informed by practical, on-the-ground knowledge from land managers and community bodies, as well as scientific experts. I believe this will make targets more deliverable, regionally relevant, and supported by those responsible for implementation. My Amendment 187 relates to the process in the bill for setting or amending targets or adjusting topics. Before making regulations, ministers have to carry out some tasks, and my amendment adds to that list. Ministers will need to both seek and have regard to views of someone who ministers consider to be representative of the interests of land managers, to again ensure input from those delivering the targets. What I'm trying to do in both these bills is just make sure the people on the ground that ultimately are going to be implementing the targets are actually involved in the decisions in what goes on higher up and form part of that setting process. My Amendment 189 relates to the process for setting targets. The bill as currently drafted requires ministers to carry out a number of tasks. It, however, allows ministers to not seek advice if regulations to relate to the review of existing regulations. This amendment deletes that because I believe that it is important that a consultation be conducted with effective parties if changes are being proposed. My Amendments 190, 191 and 192 are drafting amendments to my Amendment 187. Now, Amendment 312 that requires that when setting targets under Section 1, ministers must have regard to the importance of local food production and domestic food security, support local food producers and consider the impact on future food security. It also makes sure that targets will not result in a decline in the beef and dairy herd numbers or encourage a reduction in red meat and dairy consumption. Scotland's future food security faces a delicate balance. It is a case of ensuring we have enough to supply to match demand and avoid reliance on foreign imports. The fragility of the supply was emphasised by the Scottish Association of Meat Wholesalers earlier this year, who warned beef supplies had reached a critical point. To ensure that we meet future food supply in Scotland, we need more cows, not less, around 80,000 according to Quality Meat Scotland. But this year, farmers were posed with a very worrying prospect. The Scottish Government's Climate Change Advisor recommended that there be a 30% drop in meat consumption and a 30% cut in sheep and cattle numbers to hit climate change targets by 2045. Absolutely, Mark Ruskell.
Can I thank the member for giving way? I'm struck, though, by the numbers of farmers themselves that are wanting to reduce livestock numbers, perhaps invest in, rewilding, woodland creation as part of a business. And I'm a little bit concerned that what the member's putting forward is effectively telling farmers and land managers about the business decisions that you would like them to actually introduce, rather than allowing farmers, land managers themselves to make balanced decisions about where their businesses go and about the role of biodiversity and nature recovery as part of those productive businesses.
That's a fair point. That's not what I'm trying to do here. What I'm trying to do here is make sure that government isn't forcing land managers or farmers to have to do that. If an individual business chooses to cut its cattle numbers, then that's for the individual business. But what I'm saying here is targets shouldn't be set. And indeed, the Climate Change Committee targets suggestions haven't been taken forward by the Scottish Government at this point. But I certainly don't think that we should be setting targets that forces the decline in cattle or sheep numbers or whatever that might be in Scotland, and then requires us to then buy in a huge amount of foreign imports when we have high welfare standards in this country, as an example. Whilst I am pleased the Scottish Government did not accept the plans, they potentially would have devastated hard-pressed rural businesses and threatened the future of Scotland's food security. This amendment would require that when setting targets relating to the natural environment allowed by this bill, ministers would give consideration to local food producers, our meat and dairy sector, and the need to ensure our future food security is protected. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr Eagle. I call Sarah Boyack to speak to Amendment 109 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendments 109 and 178 are related, and 109 is consequential to Amendment 178 in my name. And they're working together because it's to ensure that the monitoring and reviewing of biodiversity targets are not simply just in Section 1 but throughout the entire bill and all of the legislation that it entails. Because for this bill to work to address the nature and climate emergencies, it's got to work in a joined-up way. And this amendment would ensure that the laying of draft SSIs applies to the whole bill, not just to Section 1. Amendment 178 would require targets to be introduced within 12 months of royal assent, rather than waiting for the Act coming into force. This is actually to try and push the government so that we get prompt movement to establish the framework necessary for delivery, because otherwise we're going to see the whole process potentially delayed by months or even years if commencement provisions are staggered or deferred. So the amendment is aiming at closing a potential loophole that could allow for delay. And the issue here is that we need prompt introduction of targets if this bill is going to deliver real timely action for Scotland's natural environment, because any delay could slow momentum in addressing biodiversity loss and reduce clarity for public bodies responsible for implementing the first cycle of targets. And this amendment would give legal certainty, and it ensures that action can begin without unnecessary delay. The Scottish Government have said that the bill will support Scotland's ambition to halt nature loss by 2030. That is now not long away, and any unnecessary delay in the introduction of targets would undermine this ambition. Amendment 111 is linked to Amendment 112, and it creates a catch-up mechanism for missed targets. Now, nature and biodiversity restoration requires a catch-up mechanism to ensure urgent action and avoid missing targets. We know that we've missed biodiversity targets being implemented, and we've seen climate targets being missed. So it's to ensure that when targets are missed, there's a mechanism to ensure that it's not forgotten. And it implements a catch-up mechanism that requires Scottish ministers to put in place extra measures to meet a target before setting a new one. Now, that could be a one-year period before a target is replaced when additional steps are taken to meet the target. Funding, enhanced use of existing powers and addressing bureaucratic challenges could be options for suggested steps. So introducing this catch-up mechanism would encourage urgent action to address targets that might otherwise be missed by government. Now, Amendment 112 is consequential with the previous amendment, and it's in place to hold ministers to account. So there's got to be a meeting within a year focusing on what the target was expected to be met and why it wasn't. Amendment 14, this is linked to my amendments 15 and 16, and if we reflect on the current discussions about the importance of meeting our environmental and nature conservation objectives, it's really, really important that people are involved in that process. It's really, really important that they are consulted, and citizens' assemblies are linked incredibly well to deliberative democracy models. It gives time, it gives legitimacy for informed debate and participation, and hopefully will help policymakers and government understand public preferences on complex issues. You could see the impact it had in Ireland with the LGBT marriage and abortion debates, building people together and leading to subsequent referendums. And as Mark Ruskell commented, under Section 32A of the Climate Change Act in Scotland, 2009, there was an argument it should become more of a statutory requirement. And I think the work that Scottish Environment Link has done recently really demonstrates the importance of the environment to voters. But it's about how we encourage people and enable people to get involved in that beyond just the vote. It's about involving people over time, and that's what citizens' assemblies are about. So I think Amendment 15, the issue of having regard to the Citizens' Assembly, I think it's really, really important that we involve people in the process and we make sure that they have the opportunity to be consulted. My Amendment 16 is quite lengthy, but it's about setting out that process. And it would actually enable us to actually make sure that people are involved. A citizens' assembly would help create legitimacy, resolve conflicts and drive action for restoring ecosystems right across Scotland. And we know we need radical action. So by giving people a structured platform to learn about ecological science, to debate competing perspectives, produce informed recommendations, that would enable the government to be supported with fair but fast action for nature. And even in this discussion today, we've heard of different interests in rural Scotland to support marine action. Again, it's about accountability. It's about holding those in power to account, but ensuring that things passed by a Citizens' Assembly would actually ensure action. And I do want to thank those organisations who've supported and worked with me on these amendments, because I think they're absolutely critical. The Scottish Environment Link, Open Seas, the Scottish Rewilding Alliance and RSPB Scotland. There is support amongst key stakeholders, and these amendments would actually ensure that the ambitions in this bill would actually be implemented, and that's why I've moved them today, and that's why I have worked with organisations to get them drafted. I think they're really important. I'll listen to other colleagues and their comments and the Cabinet Secretary, but I hope people understand the ambition behind these amendments is actually to bring people together and not just have a piece of legislation passed, but actually to make it transformative and inclusive and use that democratic platform. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Ms Boyack. I call Ariane Burgess to speak to Amendment 47 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Just given the keenness that we have around the table to address the restoration of nature, 30% of land by 2030, I'm introducing biodiversity targets in the space of setting, reviewing and reporting. So Amendment 47 requires Scottish ministers to take a more holistic approach when setting targets, ensuring that they're aligned with existing government frameworks and policies. Targets must be ecologically coherent, meaning that they're representative, connected and well managed. And this concept's been used by NatureScot, who have published a report on the definition of ecological coherence. It also requires ministers to use a wholescape approach, essentially recognising that land and sea are interconnected habitats and the range of cultural and economic activities that take place between them. Amendment 48 would require ministers to have regard to existing government frameworks and policies so that policies are aligned across departments and agencies.
Bishop to speak to Amendment 186 and other amendments in the group.
Amendment 186 states that Scottish ministers can't remove any target topics. It would ensure that no future Scottish Government could weaken the Act by removing topics which have been decided upon and which require addressing through the targets. Amendment 309 brings Section 1 into force the day after royal assent, rather than leaving the date of it coming into force to the discretion of Scottish ministers. Leaving the decision of when to bring this into force to the political preferences of the day could risk delays to measures to improve Scotland's biodiversity. Mandating action by bringing this section into force the day after royal assent reflects the need for action in the context of the climate and biodiversity emergency, as targets are only as good as the actions taken to deliver them.
Thank you. I call Alistair Allen to speak to Amendment 113 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I'll speak to my amendments 113 and 114. Section 2F of the bill sets out the process for setting or amending targets, and I'm aware that the committee has an interest in those targets. So, as highlighted in this committee's Stage 1 report, there were recommendations for improvements made to consult and to have regard to expertise from specific sectors of the economy, with a key role in delivering biodiversity targets. So I thought those were important enough points to address, and that it was crucial that these provisions include a consultation requirement. Accordingly, my two amendments seek to address those issues. My Amendment 113 adds a requirement for Scottish ministers to consult any persons interested or impacted by the targets before laying regulations that set, amend or remove statutory targets. My Amendment 114 ensures that any pre-commencement consultation can count towards fulfilling this requirement. These amendments, I believe, strengthen transparency and stakeholder engagement in developing biodiversity targets. They reflect the need to consult sectors critical to biodiversity delivery and build on the expertise and independent advice also being sought for biodiversity targets. And for all of these reasons, I would move, Convener, Amendments 113 and 114.
Thank you, Dr Allen. I call on Emma Roddick to speak to Amendment 50 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. These are small but important amendments. The bill as currently drafted places a duty on Environmental Standards Scotland to submit to Scottish ministers a report on the outcome of reviews and assessments that are carried out under Section 2G, 1A and B of the bill. During the Stage 1 evidence session, Environmental Standards Scotland suggested that as an independent body directly accountable to Parliament, it would be more appropriate for them to lay any reports that they made under Section 2G of the bill directly to Parliament rather than Scottish ministers. And in its Stage 1 report on the bill, this committee recommended that the Scottish Government should enable ESS to lay its reports under Section 2G directly in the Scottish Parliament. So these amendments 50 and 51 reflect the committee's recommendations to amend the bill to this effect, so I encourage the committee to support amendments 50 and 51.
Thank you, Ms Roddick. Now call Mercedes Villalba to speak to Amendment 25 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 25 is my only amendment in this group. I've laid it following concerns raised at Stage 1 by groups such as the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management and the Scottish Environment Link, regarding the potential consequences of measures that could result in reduced transparency and uncertainty around statutory targets, namely the provision in the bill as drafted that Scottish ministers may, by regulations, amend this section to specify a different person, so other than ESS, to carry out the assessing, reviewing and reporting functions conferred. This is on page 5, lines 4 to 7, and so Amendment 25 seeks to remove this. It's intended to underscore the vital role of the Environmental Standards Scotland and the crucial role it plays in independent oversight and enforcement of environmental law. The targets created by this bill will only be meaningful if there is an independent body through which the government and relevant public authorities can be held accountable for meeting them. So there's concern regarding the provisions for the reassignment of functions currently granted to ESS, and it would be helpful to hear from the Minister on this today to ensure that there will be no weakening of oversight nor any reduction in transparency. There can be no question as to the fact that this bill should strengthen, not weaken, the scrutiny of government and how it achieves its targets. But as it stands, I'm not persuaded that allowing the reassignment of these functions achieves this. I am also sympathetic to a number of other amendments in this group that we've heard discussed, particularly 50, 51 and 52 from Emma Roddick, and amendments 24 and 49 from Mark Ruskell. These amendments, I believe, share in the underlying principle of my amendment in that we must have a serious conversation about transparency and accountability in relation to our environmental targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Milalba. Any other members? Oh, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. As I highlighted in relation to the previous group of amendments, our approach to developing targets has been science-led, taking into account the best available evidence to develop targets which are capable of adapting to ecological and climate uncertainties. Robust scientific advice and adequate consultation are absolutely essential if we are to develop a suite of targets that are both ambitious but deliverable. Flexibility is key, given that targets must evolve as evidence and technology advance, and as such the bill must enable an agile approach while ensuring parliamentary scrutiny. Turning to Amendment 18 by Mark Ruskell, I don't consider this amendment to be necessary. Section 2C, Part 2, provides Scottish Ministers must exercise the power under Section 2C, Part 1, so as, and this is a quote, so as to set at least one target in respect of each of the topics described in paragraph A of that subsection within 12 months of Section 1 of the bill being commenced. So as such, the bill is currently drafted already requires Ministers to lay draft regulations setting out at least one target for each of the target topics included in the bill. So Ministers already have a duty to set targets in relation to specified topics. So on that basis, I would ask Mark Ruskell not to move Amendment 18. Amendments 176, 179, 180 and 181 all seek to require additional criteria to be taken into account when setting targets. The provision of the bill is already clear that targets are a means of supporting our biodiversity ambitions, as clearly articulated in our biodiversity strategy. They are also to be developed through seeking appropriate scientific advice, and as proposed by Amendment 113, there will be consultation before any targets are set. Collectively, I think that provides an appropriate framework to ensure targets are ambitious but achievable, takes into account the right considerations. What I want to avoid at all costs is the imposition of additional requirements will make it harder to introduce targets in a timely fashion. You heard through stage 1, we are in a nature emergency. It's crucial we progress these targets as quickly as reasonably possible. Biodiversity is complex. The committee is aware for nature restoration there's no single global metric like there is for climate mitigation. So measuring biodiversity is complex. It's essential we take a science-led approach at setting those and developing those targets. The comparison that's been made by the Climate Change Act, I just want to make the point, and it's in relation to Maurice Golden's comments. I appreciate that there is climate change legislation, there's a set of target setting criteria, but that's entirely appropriate for that kind of legislation, which is very prescriptive in setting out the approach that must be taken to achieving those targets. A more flexible approach is needed in respect of biodiversity targets, because there's no one apex measurement of biodiversity, and the outcome of nature restoration activities is much more difficult to measure in a linear fashion in the same way that it is with emissions reduction. In relation to Amendment 174, it removes the requirement for Scottish ministers to specify indicators for measuring targets. Indicators are essential for transparency and accountability as they show how progress will be assessed. This is the approach that was consulted upon. It was widely supported by stakeholders and also during Stage 1. The Stage 1 report, this committee stated that stakeholders emphasised the importance of indicators and data collection to ensure statutory targets were robust. So I believe that removing this requirement would weaken the framework, make it harder for Parliament and stakeholders to scrutinise delivery. I don't think that's what anyone would have, of us would want, so I urge members not to support Amendment 174. Amendment 177 removes the requirement for ministers to lay draft regulations for setting targets within 12 months of commencement. This provision was in the bill from the outset. To ensure that urgency and accountability, I understand the argument Mr Eagle put forward about rushing things, but we have to set deadlines. There is a climate emergency. We have to be robust in how we set those targets. We need to also be timious in how we set those targets as well. Amendment 189 removes provision which is aimed at reducing administrative complexity, avoids ministers having to seek expert advice in respect of a matter that they've already sought advice on. I think this is a sensible approach. There's no merit in including a requirement for duplication with the delay that would come with it, so I hope the committee would agree this amendment is not necessary or reasonable. I'd ask the member not to press it. Amendments 24, 47 and 48, similar vein to previous set of amendments, they all place additional requirements on ministers to either consider or evidence when setting targets. I think the framework that we've established, where targets have got a clear and unambiguous purpose, need to be set before taking into account appropriate scientific advice. And I think that's appropriate and proportionate. I don't recall any particular concerns being expressed in evidence in Stage 1. I can't support amendments 24, 47 and 48. I don't think will help us achieve more effective targets. I'd ask the members to withdraw them. Let me just move on to Amendment 47. This amendment would seek to introduce a further set of requirements in respect of targets, which risks confusing and diluting the existing provisions. Ecological coherence and a landscape approach will be front and centre of the actions needed to deliver on targets, but these types of considerations are matters which are properly dealt with in secondary legislation which set out the detail of targets. So I'd ask the member not to press. Amendments 109 and 178 lodged by Sarah Boyack. Amendment 309 lodged by Beatrice Wishart. As I said during Stage 1, consultation is going to be a key part of developing our targets. Having reflected on what I've heard from the committee during evidence sessions, I'm content that this requirement is specifically included and support Amendment 113 in achieving this. I think it's important to be clear about timescales. In order to carry out appropriate consultation, we need to take time to engage with a wide range of stakeholders and those who are interested in targets, and to do that properly takes time. We also then need to ensure that we adequately reflect on the outcomes of that consultation, consider how what we've been told should shape our approach. It's not feasible to do that properly and have regulations ready for Parliament within 12 months of royal assent. So I'm noting that the committee is well aware there is also the small matter of an election in between, which takes time out of that process as well. To ensure committee and stakeholders, it remains this government's intention to introduce nature targets as soon as is practically possible, but the amendments are inappropriate. They may result in rushed targets rather than carefully considered targets, informed by the meaningful public consultation that members have expressed that they all want, and it's too important to get this wrong. Amendment 182 Maurice Golden's amendment would impose additional requirement on Environmental Standards Scotland. So no consultation has been carried out with Environmental Standards Scotland on this proposal, and given that it would have a practical impact on their resourcing and finances, I would ask the member to consider not pressing this amendment so that I can consult with the ESS and keep the member updated in that consultation. I think it's important that they're involved in whether or not they want that additional requirement. Amendments 111 and 112, I'm supportive of these amendments in principle, but I think that they do require some modifications in order to ensure they fit with our proposed approach to monitoring of target outcomes. So I'd like to work with Ms Boyack on this ahead of stage 3, if she's amenable to that, so that these provisions operate as I know she's intended. Amendments 14, 15 and 16 propose that a citizens' assembly is established prior to certain targets. Now, I recognise the important role that citizens' assemblies can play in our policy development, but I would prefer our focus to remain on developing an ambitious suite of targets taking into account appropriate expert advice. I'm concerned about what a citizens' assembly would do to delay introducing targets to allow the assembly to be established first. But I do understand why she's put this forward. It is right that the people of Scotland should have a say in the development of the targets. Alistair Allen's amendments 113 and 114 introduce a requirement that before laying the regulations to create biodiversity targets, Scottish ministers must consult anyone who is impacted or interested. And I believe that Alistair Allen's amendments allow for public participation in the setting of targets, but in a way that is proportionate and straightforward. Yes.
Can I thank her comments about citizens' assemblies? Is there an issue about getting the timing right here, and is there scope for, would she support amending not the ambition of having citizens' assembly, but maybe the timing of actually having them, so that we could actually make this work? Because involving people in the process is absolutely critical, so they understand targets and they can see how they're being pulled together.
I think that what Sarah Boyack's put forward is a bit too prescriptive. Alistair Allen's amendment allows for a range of public consultations to take forward. I mean, we can basically do anything we want under that umbrella. And obviously, but prescribing an actual citizens' assembly, I think, is actually disproportionate to actually be put in statute here. Happy to have that discussion. Yes.
It's just because actually, having reflected, if I look at Alistair Allen's amendment, I think that's very similar to what I'm trying to do at 184 and 187. And actually, I narrow it to talking about landowners, whereas I think it's a bigger. So just for the record, that would include landowners. The Alistair Allen's amendment is trying to include everybody that might come into that sphere. Yeah. So actually,
people affected or interested, I believe, was the. Impacted or affected, I think the wording. But there's nothing, I mean, I think that Alistair Allen's amendment allows that scope for a range of different types of public consultation to take that's proportionate to what we're doing here. So, yes.
Thank you. Grateful for you for taking the intervention. Just the scope of Alistair Allen's amendment, anyone who is affected or have an interest, are there going to be any requirements or any conditions for those people? Could it be anybody in the world who has an interest?
Anyone in the world?
Yeah, as drafted.
I think the broadness of Alistair Allen's amendment is obvious. He obviously wants to speak to that himself.
Well, if I could come back in on that point, you said it's obvious. It may be obvious, but my understanding is that legislation has to be taken by as written. And so I suppose my question is really, as drafted, would it allow anyone, anywhere in the world who has an interest to be consulted?
I mean, I'm content with Alistair Allen's scope there. Anyone in the world, if anyone wants to come and talk about our biodiversity targets, obviously what we do in Scotland is of interest to people overseas. I don't see it would preclude anyone from, but obviously we prioritise the citizens of Scotland when we take forward anything, any of the results of consultation.
I believe Alistair Allen wants to intervene.
In terms of what the amendment's wording says, and it says consult such persons as the Scottish ministers consider may have an interest in or otherwise be affected by the regulations. Obviously, it would then be up to government to interpret that, but I think the scope of that is pretty broad. So it would have to be somebody who was either interested in or affected by the matter in hand.
Yeah. Thank you. Amendments 183, 184, 187, 188, 190, 191, 192. Provisions within Section 2F and 2E require ministers to seek and have regard to independent scientific advice, both when carrying out a review of targets and before making regulations to amend targets or target topics. They will add additional requirements to take into account the views of representatives of land managers in the review of targets and both the views of land managers and parliamentary committees. I've noted the views expressed during stage 1 around the need for greater consultation. That's why I'm happy to support Alistair Allen's amendments, and I appreciate the comments that Tim Eagle has made in regard to that as well. Amendment 49 and 52. I've heard the concerns raised during stage 1 and for the reasons that Emma Roddick has urged the committee to support Amendment 52. That will ensure that Parliament is provided with important information on how ministers propose to act in response to the Environmental Standards Scotland, the ESS report under Section 2G Part 2, and I would urge Mark Ruskell to consider withdrawing Amendment 49, as I think the issues that he wishes to cover have been adequately dealt with. Amendment 52. Amendment 186 removes ministers' ability to remove a target topic from Section 2C. For targets to be effective, they must be able to adapt as the evidence base changes and the overall knowledge and technology develops. The principle is very clearly supported by the committee and stakeholders in relation to the framework of the bill. Targets and topics must be underpinned by relevant and current scientific advice and independent advice. It may be that a particular target is no longer relevant, in which case it would be inappropriate to have a duty to set a target for such a topic. And biodiversity is a movable and an evolving piece of work. So any proposal to remove a target topic would be subject to parliamentary scrutiny, first of all, by the affirmative procedure. And I don't think it's appropriate to restrict the power of ministers to amend topics in this way. I know that's not Beatrice Wish's intention, but I think that we need to reflect upon the flexibility that's required here, so I can't support that member. Amendments 113, 114, pleased to support. I've listened to the concerns by the committee and stakeholders about the lack of mandatory consultation, and I have made my points on that. Amendments 50 and 51, small but important amendments. Environmental Standards Scotland suggests that an independent body directly accountable to Parliament would be more appropriate for them to lay any reports made under Section 2G of the bill, and I agree with that. Amendment 25, Section 2G brackets 4 is a precautionary measure designed to future-proof legislation should ESS's structure or functions change, or another body is established that would be more appropriate to perform the role as well. So if that provision was removed from the bill, it would potentially make it difficult to remove ESS as a designated review body in the future of such circumstances without primary legislation, which means that we would be back here again. And finally, convener, yes.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. So are you saying that that particular provision in the bill, you only envision that being used if, for some reason, Environmental Standards Scotland no longer exists or becomes a different organisation? That's why that provision is there. It wouldn't, if ESS existed and was functioning well, you wouldn't envision needing to appoint a different body to carry out those functions.
To avoid doing things in primary legislation that would be onerous for the Parliament when in fact it could be done during secondary legislation. So if ESS's structure or functions changed, I'm not saying that it wouldn't exist, I'm saying if it changed, or if another body is established that is maybe more appropriate in the future, then it wouldn't require primary legislation for us to go back and give them that responsibility.
Again, my concern is that the provision, to me, it doesn't look like there would be any restrictions on who that person or body could be. So at the moment, we've got ESS, which is clearly defined, it's independent. And it seems like with this provision, anyone could be appointed as an alternative according to whatever Scottish Minister's preferences were at that time. So it doesn't quite seem strong enough. So I'd be happy not to move the amendment today if we could perhaps have a conversation ahead of stage 3 about how we might strengthen that, just to ensure that the body will always be independent, so that it does have that important scrutiny function.
Yes, so I just want to make the point that the ESS was established in, I think, the last Parliament. So the provisions that Ms Villalba mentions about the independence of the ESS is already in statute. And I'm happy to write to her about what those provisions are to ensure their independence. They were actually set up as a result of work that was done in the last Parliament in primary legislation. But certainly I can meet with her and we can talk through that further. Finally, in Amendment 312, I want to be clear it's not a choice between sustainable food production and nature restoration. They are inextricably linked, they coexist. Livestock have a key role to play in delivering for biodiversity and climate. And we recognise the importance of the livestock sector. That's why, in stark contrast to policy in the rest of the UK, we continue to provide the sector with a broad range of support schemes and demonstrate our support for a thriving livestock farming sector. I want to be absolutely crystal clear. The Scottish Government has no policy to reduce livestock numbers, and it was correctly pointed out, I think, by Tim Eagle, that we did not take that advice from the Committee for Climate Change. In our climate change plan, we will not be actively
Would the Cabinet Secretary take an intervention?
Livestock numbers, yes.
Yeah, whilst the Scottish Government doesn't have a policy to reduce cattle numbers, does the Scottish Government have a policy to maintain cattle numbers?
Yeah, obviously that's a question that's probably best put to Mr Fairley, but I would imagine that he would be able to furnish Mr Carson with a range of measures which he's taken to allow the livestock sector to thrive. Decisions on livestock numbers individual farm businesses to make, driven by a range of factors including market returns. The biggest threat to the sector comes from reserve policy areas such as free trade deals, exposing our Scottish livestock sector to unfair competition. So it's vital that any targets that are introduced are workable, have been subject to engagement and consultation to ensure that there's no unintended consequences, including for the agricultural sector and for our wider economy. So while I appreciate the sentiment behind Tim Eagle's amendment and his reason for bringing this forward, I'd ask them not to press the amendment, and I'll leave it there. Convener.
Thank you. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Mark Ruskell to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 18.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I'm not going to attempt to sum all of that up, but I'll just offer a few points. I mean, clearly we're in a nature emergency as much as we are in a climate emergency. And I recognise that, you know, setting nature targets is a different question to setting climate targets. But I still feel that there's a lot that we can learn from the existing climate change frameworks that we have, the legislation that we have in place. There's a lot to learn in terms of what has worked well and perhaps what has worked not so well in terms of delivering action on the back of very stretching targets. So I think in terms of what we have learned from the climate debate is that there's an absolute need to engage stakeholders, engage the public on the action. You know, that the science of climate change is irrefutable. And I think the science on the nature emergency should be irrefutable as well. You know, if there's good science that shows that species are in decline, that habitats are in decline, and we need to invest in recovery, then that should set the targets. However, what I understand now, I think Sarah Boeck is bringing to the table is a citizens' assembly to really look at how we would interpret nature targets, how we would take action, how we would kind of, you know, get a consensus as to the how of how we restore nature. And I think that's important. I think that the timing question is important there, and it perhaps needs a little bit more reflection between stage 2 and stage 3. I did move an amendment to the Climate Change Act to require a citizens' assembly. At the time, I think government said, oh no, it's okay, we'll just have a general requirement for consultation, very similar to what the Cabinet Secretary is saying here today. We didn't feel that was enough at that time. We passed the amendment on the Citizens' Assembly, and I think it was beneficial, and what has come out of that has been beneficial since then. I don't think, though, support for Sarah Boyack's amendment precludes support for what Alistair Allen is trying to achieve. I do feel that it's really important that there is that consultation as well as a wider assembly. I think Tim Eagle's trying to kind of, emphasise the importance of land managers, and that is part of that. But I do feel what Alistair Allen is bringing forward makes sense. And of course, we would want to listen to land managers who are investing in natural capital at the moment as well. I've got estates near where I live where, they are reducing herbivore numbers for deer and livestock, and they're doing that because it's a business decision. We should always listen to business. Always listen to business. Very important. I think then in terms of other areas of the kind of framework, catch-up plans, we've had various discussions around what catch-up plans could look like. There are various amendments in this space. I think it would be better if the government would be open to discussing with members who brought forward catch-up plans what those options might be ahead of stage 3. But, if the advice is we should all go to the vote today, then that's clearly where we're going to end up. And finally, I think on setting targets, I mean, it's a well-used amendment, the May to Must amendment in this Parliament, but I will be moving it because I do feel there's a need to not just sort of set maybe one target, at least one target. There's a need to really move forward comprehensively on the nature emergency, and I think giving this bill a real strength of purpose and underlining that, I think, is important. So I will be moving Amendment 18. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members not supporting the amendment. Those members wishing to abstain. And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 19 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
On the basis of further conversations ahead of stage 3, not moved.
That amendment has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 20 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not move.
That has not been moved. We'll move on to the next question. And the question is that Amendment 42 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Move.
And the question is that Amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposing the amendment. Those members wishing to abstain. And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 43 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed to the amendment? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 44 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Move.
And the question is that Amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed to the amendment? Those members abstaining? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 21 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 104 in the name of Evelyn Tweed, already debated with Amendment 103. And I remind members that Amendment 104 and 105 are direct alternatives. That is, they can both be moved and decided on. The text of whatever is last agreed to is what will appear in the bill. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
And the question is that Amendment 104 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. Sorry, you'll need to... No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, raise your hands now. I just want to confirm. The question is that Amendment 104 be agreed to. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, raise your hands now. Yes. Those members opposed? Members abstaining? The result of the vote is 7 for, 2 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore been agreed. I call Amendment 105 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 22 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Moved.
And the question is that Amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed to the amendment. Those members abstaining. The result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 34 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 103. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not move to date.
That has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 166 in the name of Beatrice Wishart, already debated with Amendment 103. Beatrice Wishart, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved. It will therefore not be considered. I call Amendment 167 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 167 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members abstaining? And the result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 168 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 168 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Members abstaining? And the result of the vote is 1 for, 8 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 169 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 169 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members abstaining? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, 0 abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 170 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 170 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members abstaining? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 171 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
And the question is that Amendment 171 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment? Those members opposed? Those members abstaining? And the result of the vote is 4 for, 5 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. We're now almost at 11 o'clock. I'm going to suspend the meeting temporarily for a comfort break. I suspend for 10 minutes. We'll now continue consideration of Stage 2 amendments, and I call Amendment 172 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Douglas Lumsden to move Amendment 172 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I speak to Amendment 172 and others in the group in my name. Our natural environment is under attack, and it's under attack by something that we are choosing to do under the banner of clean energy. It is the biggest greenwashing campaign there has been, and we must listen to campaign groups. I listen to their views and concerns every week, but it's shameful that they are met with a wall of silence from this devolved government. This week, Angus Council sent SSEN homeward to think again about their plans when they objected to the Contour to Teeling Monster Pylon route. And I just hope the Scottish Government will not ignore that view. My amendments today focus on the very real concern of communities on the impact of monster pylons, battery storage and substations are having on our rural communities. The over-industrialisation is alarming and the cumulative impact is often overlooked. In the interest of time, Convener, I speak broadly to all of the amendments and only pick out specific points that often overlap throughout my amendments. The committee will note the broad theme running through them, all of community consultation, transparency and decision-making, alternative solutions to energy transmission and protection of biodiversity. Amendment 172 and 185 ask for clarity in ensuring that monster pylons are only one method of transmission that is explored and will require exploration of the impact of electricity infrastructure on biodiversity. Now, we know that pylons can have a huge impact on surrounding areas of distinct natural significance and plant life, as well as disrupting local bird population, and this needs to be fully understood before such projects can progress. Amendment 193 calls for a statement to be published on an assessment of undergrounding and subsea alternatives, looking at not only cost, but biodiversity, net impact, resilience and landscape, explaining the decision to proceed with overhead lines should that be the decision taken. This amendment is vital to ensuring transparency and understanding for local communities, giving them the confidence that all options have been considered and that justification for decisions is open and understood by all, and this is not happening at present. Amendment 210 gives further protections to natural parks in this area, designating them as no-go corridors for overhead lines. Amendment 306, the most substantial of my amendment, focuses on the requirements of the Planning Authority to properly consult and take regard of the views of local communities. Clear approval must be sought and given for any transmission project that leads to significant community disruption or natural environmental impact. This includes energy generation projects over 50 megawatts, energy transmission project or a large-scale battery storage system. Applicants must provide a comparative assessment which covers life cycle costs, biodiversity net impact, impact on local landscape, resilience and impact on agriculture, soil and plant biosecurity. It also ensures that emergency planning is considered prior to permissions being given, with an emergency plan required and input from Scottish Fire and Rescue. These regulations would be subject to the affirmative resolution and therefore would be under the watchful scrutiny of MSPs, who in turn are accountable to their constituents and communities. To give you an example, Convener, Rothinorman in the north east of Scotland. Most of you will not have heard of this place, but Rothinorman has, I believe, 6 battery storage applications hanging over it, the largest being 500 megawatts. Now, I've visited this site. It's huge and will change the landscape considerably, and local residents have genuine safety concerns. There has already been a fire at a smaller battery site in the area, and locals fear something could happen at the larger site, leaving them vulnerable. Now, we cannot leave emergency planning to after an event happens. This amendment puts that emergency planning at the start. In conclusion, Convener, through these amendments, I hope to introduce scrutiny and accountability of energy transmission projects, allowing communities, emergency planning services, local councils and this Parliament to the ongoing development of large infrastructure projects. These amendments provide guarantees that communities will be consulted and listened to, that national parks are protected, that biodiversity and the impact on plant life is measured and protected, and that all options are considered, and it's not monster pylons by default as the cheapest option. We must ensure that energy infrastructure is fit for purpose, protects our natural environment and listens to our local community. These amendments ensure that these protections are on the face of the bill, and I hope that the committee supports them.
Thank you, Mr Lumsden. Alistair, I beg your pardon. Mr Lumsden, are you moving Amendment 172?
I move Amendment 172.
Thank you. Alistair Allen.
Thank you. Not being in the chamber, this isn't a rhetorical question, it's a genuine one. I wonder if you could explain a wee bit about your amendments in terms of how they interact with things like the Electricity Act and other reserved areas, or do they in any way?
I've concluded my opening, but I can easily address that in my subbing.
Well, I think the process would you would intervene in Alistair Allen to give that response if you're so minded to do so.
You want to intervene on me?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
So I was just really asking, and as I say, it's not a rhetorical question, I'm just asking, can you say a bit more about how these amendments, or whether they impact in any way on reserved areas like the Electricity Act?
I don't believe they do cause a problem to that Act. I think what I've laid out here is giving communities a greater say. It's taken their views into account. And I don't think that's anything that we should be trying to shirk away from in any way at all.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. Douglas Lumsden has brought forward a number of amendments relating to electricity infrastructure across this bill, as he did during stages 2 and 3 of the Land Reform Bill that was recently taken through Parliament. Many of the amendments, if not all, have the same fundamental issues. Throughout all of them, Douglas Lumsden is trying to shoehorn a set of issues that are wholly outside the purpose of this bill. The Natural Environment Bill is about introducing a framework for biodiversity targets, together with other measures that will enable us to support delivery of Scottish Government biodiversity goals. The amendments that Douglas Lumsden has put forward have not been raised with me in the context of this bill. Neither have these issues been considered by the committee. Many also lack legislative competence. I must make the committee aware that a substantial number of issues connected to energy infrastructure covered by these amendments are reserved to the UK Parliament. Alistair Allen has just pointed in one piece of legislation, the Electricity Act, in which they come into conflict with reserved issues. The powers to do the things that Douglas Lumsden is asking in a great deal of these amendments would only lie in Scotland if all energy powers were devolved to the Scottish Parliament and Government, or Scotland was a nation-state with all the powers of a nation-state. There are further concerns as to whether these amendments conflict with existing statutory obligations under the Electricity Act 1989 and questions of consistency with both UK and Scottish Government energy policies. The legislative framework that covers energy infrastructure is complex. It's largely reserved to the UK Government, and Stage 2 of the Natural Environment Bill is designed to improve biodiversity. It's simply not the right place to try and address these matters. And I'll go through each of the amendments in turn to address the issues, but I heard someone want to make an intervention.
It was just to make 2 quick points, or 2 questions, if I may. The first of which is you seem to doubt whether Douglas Lumsden's amendments should be here, but my understanding is that they have every right to be debated and discussed, and indeed what's being put forward is perfectly legal, permissible for this bill. But the second more important point is, do you recognise at least that one of Douglas Lumsden's points is that actually there potentially is an impact on the targets that might be set under this bill, particularly on birdlife, around wind turbines as an example, because some of the evidence we've seen and heard has suggested that actually bird strikes on these might be actually quite a significant number.
So when it comes to any infrastructure, there is a potential impact on biodiversity and environmental impact. That's why we have environmental impact assessments, whether it be for energy infrastructure, whether it be for housing building, whether it be for road building, whether it be for any infrastructure that goes in, or indeed anything that requires planning permission. That's why there's rigorous environmental impact assessments associated with everything that requires planning. I'm not doubting the member's right to bring forward amendments. I'm merely pointing out that this is the Natural Environment Bill, which does not have energy infrastructure as part of it. But I'm also pointing out that when it comes to electricity infrastructure, the powers to do anything in regard to some of the things that the purpose of these amendments actually lies with the UK Government. And I think that's legitimate for me to make that point. So I'll go through each amendment in turn. As I set out earlier, we followed a robust science-led approach to developing statutory nature targets. Amendments 172, 185, 193 and 194 all appear to try and insert requirements in respect of energy infrastructure into the framework for biodiversity targets. This risks confusing and diluting these important provisions, which are aimed at tackling the nature crisis. Amendment 172 seeks to add an additional topic into Section 2C, Part 1 of the Bill. The 3 target topics already included have been recommended by the experts within the Programme Advisory Group on the basis of careful scientific consideration. Amendment 172, which addresses the impact of electricity infrastructure and biodiversity, falls outside the scope of statutory biodiversity targets for the purposes of conservation. The target topic, enhancing environmental conditions for nature, will look at the pressures that inhibit thriving biodiversity so that nature has the best conditions to recover. I will.
Thank you. Thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. The Cabinet Secretary doesn't seem to think that I should be taking these amendments to the Natural Environment Bill. She doesn't seem to think I should be taking them for the Land Reform Bill. So where would the Cabinet Secretary suggest I should take these safeguards to protect against some of the incidents that we're seeing and the concerns that people have?
The Electricity Act is a UK government legislation which actually sets the regulations associated with electricity infrastructure. So, as I pointed out in my opening part of my response here, that quite a lot, and I actually am able to go through every single amendment and point out where what Mr Lumsden is intending to do with these amendments actually relates to UK legislation. Because obviously the regulations are set in the UK, we must follow that legislation in Scotland. I think that there was ample opportunity in the UK government that was led by the party that Mr Lumsden in, when they were in power, to address these issues. One of the things that I actually agree with Douglas Lumsden in is that communities should have more say in what happens in their area. And I, for many years since I was in government, were appealing to the previous government and the current government to make consultation on community benefits, and indeed consultation on how those benefits could actually be put into communities, mandatory. Now, the previous government was not interested in doing that. The current government actually have managed to get some headway with them. They've actually been consulting on that as well. So we have to work with the UK government in order to get a lot of the things that Douglas Lumsden wants to do. Yes.
I'm interested. There's obviously areas where the responsibility does sit with the UK government. But when you look at the process at the moment for consenting, or planning permission, we've got an example in Dumfries and Galloway where the KTR, the Ken Doon to Tungland power line upgrade, went to public inquiry. The reporter recommended refusal of that application. The Scottish Government overturned that recommendation. So there is a responsibility for the Scottish Government to recognise local objections, and it's not all just about community benefit. It's a visual impact on our natural environment. Yeah. Where would that be addressed?
Without getting into individual planning decisions, which I will not do. It's also important to remember that there's also the Planning and Infrastructure Bill at UK level had quite a lot of is actually relevant to Scotland as well. So my general point is, when it comes to what happens in consenting in the Scottish Parliament, Scottish Government, that all is very intertwined with reserved legislation that's done. So Planning and Infrastructure Bill, the Electricity Act being the two that I mentioned. Yes.
Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify the role of environmental impact assessment issues in terms of planning decisions that go to the Scottish Government? And that is a key issue in terms of picking up some of the issues that are referenced in this amendment, and just to get that clarity on the record about what kind of issues have to be looked at. Thank you.
Yeah. So Sarah Boyd makes a very, very important point, is that there are already considerations in law that environmental impact assessments have to be done, which of course will have detail on biodiversity loss or any kind of environmental impact for any infrastructure. She's helpfully supported my point earlier that it's not just electricity infrastructure for which there has to be environmental impact assessments. It's indeed any planning. You know, anything that happens, whether it's happening in the sea, whether it's happening underground, whether it's happening overground, whether it's happening in the air, has to have an environmental impact assessments associated with it. So I thank Sarah Bowick for pointing that out. Amendment 172 addresses the impact of electricity infrastructure and biodiversity. Falls outside the scope of statutory biodiversity targets for purposes of conservation. The target topic, enhancing environmental conditions for nature, will look at the pressures that inhibit thriving biodiversity so that nature has the best conditions to recover. Amendment 185 would add new and very specific reporting requirement in relation to energy choices, which risks distracting from the purpose and focus of the important reporting requirement, which is to ensure that ministers are appropriately being held to account in meeting our biodiversity targets. Amendment 193 is particularly unclear, as it seems inappropriate that targets set out under Section 2C, Part 1, would make any provision in respect of infrastructure, and the biodiversity targets are intended to be entirely unrelated to any decision-making on overhead electricity transmission lines. Infrastructure obviously interacts with biodiversity matters in a lot of ways, whether that be in the marine environment, underground, above ground, but these amendments risk distracting from improving the natural environment as a whole by focusing on specific planning and engineering considerations rather than taking a holistic approach to biodiversity. Amendment 194 then imposes a corresponding obligation on Environmental Standards Scotland to report on whether the requirements set out in the new part inserted by Douglas Lumsden's proposed Amendment 306 have been met in relation to any target relating to energy infrastructure. And for the same reasons as Amendment 193, I cannot support it. Section 3 of this bill, so I'll now come on to Amendments 197, 200, 198 and 199. Section 3 of this bill sets out the purposes for which Scottish ministers may exercise the power to make regulations under Section 2. These purposes are essential to ensure that our environmental assessment frameworks remain robust, aligned with obligations and adaptable to future needs. Amendments 198 and 199 would seek to extend purposes in relation to energy infrastructure consenting and are linked to Amendments 197 and 200. Amendment 197 seeks to add a specific alternative test as a duty at an inappropriate stage and is duplicative of existing environmental impact assessment requirements, really very much relating to what Sarah Bowick has just highlighted with me. It already exists in environmental impact requirements. Further amendments 197 and 200 seeks to introduce a new requirement for Scottish ministers to publish additional information in relation to electricity infrastructure assessments and show proof of compliance before granting consent. Once again, this amendment includes reserved matters over which Scottish ministers do not have legislative competence, but instead exercise executively devolved functions. It remains unclear whether consent, referenced in these amendments by Mr Lumsden, refers to ministers' approval for regulations under Part 2 of the bill, or consent under the Electricity Act 1989 relating to Scottish ministers' devolved functions. This ambiguity highlights the complexity of electricity infrastructure regime. Any changes to this regime, where there are a mix of reserved and devolved functions, must be carefully considered by both parliaments rather than introduced in a bill relating to biodiversity. And obviously there is regard to reserved implications that have not been considered. It should also be noted that the relevant regulations, including the Electricity Act 1989 and the Electricity Works EIA Scotland Regulations 2017, are out with the scope of Part 2, as these are not relevant environmental impact assessment regulations for the purposes of Section 4. and further relate to reserved matters and cannot be amended by this bill. We only have the power through the recent Scotland Act Order 2025 to amend the Electricity Works EIA Regs 2017 in making regulations for environmental outcome reports, a fact that anyone involved in energy policy would know. The Habitats regulations, which apply to the applications and electricity infrastructure covered by Douglas Lumsden's amendments 197, 198, 199 and 200, also relate to reserved matters. Are the UK-level Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017 specifically. These regulations are not within the scope of Part 2. Further, they relate to reserved matters that cannot be subject to powers in Part 2 of the bill, as it would be outside legislative competence to do so. The purpose of Part 2 of the bill is not to amend the complex legal regime underpinning Scottish Ministers' consenting functions in relation to energy generation and associated infrastructure, which is largely underpinned by UK government laws and regulations. Amendment 305 seeks to require Scottish Ministers prepare an alternative assessment code for electricity infrastructure, which would set out how underground and subsea alternatives to overhead transmission lines and related above-ground infrastructure are to be assessed against cost, biodiversity net impact, resilience and landscape. Amendment 306 seeks to introduce community consent requirements and comprehensive assessment obligations for major energy infrastructure, alongside enhanced safety measures for battery storage and a statutory compensation fund for affected communities. As previously noted, the legislative framework that covers energy infrastructure is complex, and a mixture of UK government and Scottish Government legislation. Stage 2 is not the right place to address these matters and therefore is not competent. Notably, the generation, transmission and distribution of supply of electricity are reserved matters to the UK Government and cannot be amended by this bill or indeed any other bill that is laid in the Scottish Parliament. Amendment 205 seeks to amend Section 5 of the bill, which modifies the aims of national parks. The effects of this amendment would be to add an additional aim of national parks for prohibiting new overhead lines and large-scale battery storage systems in or adjacent to national parks unless underground or subsea installation is not feasible in the devolved context. The generation, transmission, distribution and supply of electricity are reserved matters to the UK Government and cannot be amended by this or any other bill in the Scottish Parliament. We would need UK legislation or for these powers to be wholly devolved to the Scottish Parliament in order to make provision proposed by Amendment 205. Amendment 210 seeks to amend Sections 11 and 12 of the National Parks Scotland Act 2000, which sets out the procedure for developing national park plans. This amendment appears to have the intention of giving elements of national park plans statutory weight by requiring planning authorities to refuse permission for overhead lines in areas designated by those plans as no-go corridors unless there is an exceptional justification for doing so. As I have said previously in relation to other amendments, the generation, transmission, distribution and supply of electricity are reserved matters to the UK Government and cannot be amended by this bill or indeed any other bill in the Scottish Parliament. Convener.
Thank you. Douglas Lumsden to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 172.
Thank you, Convener. I'm disappointed but not surprised by the Cabinet Secretary response, because when it comes to engaging with community groups impacted by all this energy infrastructure, it's clear that the SNP government have pulled up the drawbridge a long time ago. And, you know, the aim of this amendment is to try and bring some more openness and transparency around the whole system, because community groups are angry. You know, we're seeing the over-industrialisation of our countryside with all the biodiversity loss that it brings, and communities feel it's not right. and it's not fair. You know, we're concreting over our countryside, destroying our farmlands and harming the natural beauty of our countryside. So I think we must do all we can to protect our countryside, and these amendments were a way of trying to do that. And now, I get the point, energy is reserved, but that shouldn't stop the devolved government having a view and putting safeguards in place. If we think about nuclear power, for example, you know, that energy is reserved, but the Scottish Government, through planning, are able to block that. So I think, you know, a lot of these amendments, you know, if we look at some of them, you know, say impact of this energy infrastructure. Now, there's nothing stopping the Scottish Government to detail the impacts of what maybe is a reserved matter, but they seem to want to stick their head in the sand and say it's not our responsibility. You know, if they were on the side of communities, then they would put these safeguards in place. Of course I will.
I mean, I'm not persuaded this is the statute to put it in this proposed bill, but can I assure the member that where we're talking about pylons and so on, I've certainly put in objections, as has the Golden Eagle project in the Tweed Valley, against the environmental impact. So far as one can under devolved powers do that, myself and communities are doing that.
Yeah, and I have also been putting objections in. But, you know, I think this is the right place, because when we look at the biodiversity loss from a lot of these energy infrastructure projects, you know, it is massive. You know, our countryside is changing. So surely this is what this bill is about. Surely we should be able to put these safeguards in here to try and stop that being lost. Of course I will.
Thank Doug Lumsden for taking the intervention. The project across the borders in terms of the major pylon infrastructure, as Christian Graham has cited, is causing much angst amongst the residents of the area. And one of the key concerns that they have is that in the planning applications, the Scottish Government, in 99.9% of all situations, overturn the planning applications. If this continues, what other measures or means are there for constituents to have their concerns heard in this place if this amendment does not get accepted? Yeah, because I think, you know, I did agree with the Cabinet Secretary when she said one thing about the consultation process being mandatory at the beginning, but they also are trying to strip away the right of automatic right of a public inquiry from local authorities. Now, that would be a route for, I feel, for local voices to be heard. You know, that's true devolution. You know, and like we've seen in Angus Council this week, where they've objected. Let's see. Hopefully, you know, the developer will go away and drop their plans again, or do something different, because there is clear, overwhelming objections in that area. So that's why communities need to be listened to, and this is why I feel that this set of amendments does that, because I think there is a huge issue just now. There is more and more of these developments, and this is not the end of it, what we've got so far. We look at NISO's plans beyond 2030, there is more and more. And of course, we've got more and more coming because we don't actually have an energy strategy yet. So we don't know where all the offshore wind and onshore wind should be. We don't know if there's still a presumption against oil and gas, for example. So we don't know if all this stuff is needed. So it'd be good to have an energy strategy so we could see exactly what was coming. But in the absence of that, you know, let's have these amendments. So I move that amendment number 172 in my name.
Thank you, Mr Lumsden. And the question is that Amendment 172 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those opposed to the amendment, raise your hand now. Those abstaining. The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 23 in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 103. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move? Moved. The question is that Amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members in favour of the amendment, raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 106 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 103. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be posed. I call Amendment 45 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move? And the question is that Amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 46 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposing? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 173 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move? The question is that Amendment 173 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be division. Those members wishing to support the amendment, raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 1 for, 7 against, 1 abstention. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 107 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 103. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Moved.
And the question is that Amendment 107 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, 0 abstentions. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 174 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 18. Maurice Golden, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 174 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against, 0 abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. Excuse me. I call Amendment 108 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 103. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 108 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposing? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 176 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 18. Maurice Golden, to move or not move?
Not move.
That has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 175 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 103. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 175 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 1 for, 7 against, 1 abstention. The amendment therefore has not been agreed. I call Amendment 177 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. And I remind members that if Amendment 177 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 109 and 178 down to preemption. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 177 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members abstaining? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 109 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 18. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 178 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 18. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 179 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 18. Maurice Golden, to move or not move?
Not move.
It has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 24 in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 18. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hands now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 5 for, 4 against, 0 abstentions. The amendment therefore has been agreed. I call Amendment 47 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 18. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 47 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against, no abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 48 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 18. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 48 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members wishing to support the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against, no abstentions, so the amendment has not been agreed. I call Amendment 180 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 18. Maurice Golden, to move or not move?
Not move.
That has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 181 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 18. Maurice Golden, to move or not move?
Not move.
That has not been moved, so we will not consider. I call Amendment 182 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 18. Maurice Golden, to move or not move?
Not move.
It has not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 111 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 18. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 111 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposing? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 4 for, 5 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 112 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 18. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Moved.
And the question is Amendment 100, do we agree to Amendment 112? Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members wishing to object? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 4 for, 5 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. Excuse me. I call Amendment 14 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 18. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not move today.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 183 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 184 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 49 in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 18. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That's not been moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 185 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 172. Douglas Lumsden, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 185 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposing? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 2 for, 7 against. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 186 in the name of Beatrice Wishart, already debated with Amendment 18. Beatrice Wishart, to move or not move?
Not moved.
It's not been moved. It will not be considered. I call Amendment 15 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 18. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That's not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 113 in the name of Alistair Allen, already debated with Amendment 18. Alistair Allen, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 113 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 187 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 188 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 18. Maurice Golden, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 188 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the question is, I beg your pardon, the result is 3 for, 6 against, 0 abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 189 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. And I remind members that if Amendment 189 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 190, 191 and 192 down to preemption. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Moved.
And the question is that Amendment 189 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those opposed? Those members wishing to abstain? And the result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against, 0 abstentions. The amendment has therefore not been agreed. I call Amendment 190 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. Tim Eagle, to move or not move? That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 191 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
It's not moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 192 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. Call Amendment 193 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 172. Douglas Lumsden, to move or not move?
Not moved.
It's not moved, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 114 in the name of Alistair Allen, already debated with Amendment 18. Alistair Allen, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 114 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 312 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 18. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that the Amendment 312 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members supporting the amendment, please raise your hand now. Those members wishing to oppose? Those members wishing to abstain? The result of the vote is 3 for, 6 against, 0 abstention, so the amendment has not been approved. I call Amendment 194 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 172. Douglas Lumsden, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 50 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with Amendment 18. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 50 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 51 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with Amendment 18. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
And the question is that Amendment 51 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 52 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with Amendment 18. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 52 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 25 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 18. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 16 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 18. Sarah Boyack, to move or not move?
Not move to date.
Thank you. That has not been moved, so will not be considered. The question is that Section 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 53 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 165. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 53 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 54 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Mercedes Villalba, to move Amendment 54 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I move Amendment 54 in my name, and I will also speak to my 3 other amendments in this group. I would again like to put on record my thanks to a number of organisations, in particular the RSPB, RSC and Scottish Environment Link for their support in drafting these amendments, and again to the Scottish Parliament's legislation team for all their help. Amendments 54, 55 and 56 should be read and considered in combination with each other, in that they all seek to address and shine a light on the extent of environmental damage caused by invasive non-native species. Amendment 54 directly addresses the exemption of conifers from the Wildlife and Natural Environment Act by ministerial order, and Amendment 55 seeks to address the non-native red-legged partridge. I'm aware that Lorna Slater has also introduced a similar amendment, which I look forward to hearing the detail of, and I'm, of course, sympathetic to the principles of her amendment. Both the Sitka spruce and red-legged partridge are exempt for the simple fact that they deliver commercial profit to private shareholders. In essence, Amendments 54 and 55 seek to rectify the damage of putting our natural environment up for sale, and it's Amendment 56 that would ensure that our natural environment can never be for sale. Amendment 12 follows this principle in that it creates a statutory requirement for proper management of invasive non-native species through the polluter pays principle. I believe the public support the principle that it is those groups that are responsible for environmental damage due to the introduction of invasive non-native species who should bear responsibility for the costs of eradication. This should not only relate to intentional pollution, but also apply to accidental pollution, such as that from the seed rain of Sitka spruce. It's only right that when vast swathes of Scotland's environment are being degraded in the name of commercial profit, that the financial cost of conservation and restoration due to that ecological vandalism be the responsibility of the commercial profiteers, rather than the current status quo that not only does the public pay once through subsidising already profitable private business, but in fact then pays twice, as we must also then pay for the clean-up of environmental degradation resulting from elements of these businesses, as is the case with the clean-up of Sitka spruce seed rain into peatland. Now, as I did not have the opportunity to discuss the drafting of these amendments with the Cabinet Secretary in advance of lodging, I recognise that it's unlikely that she'll recommend to members today that they support them, but I do hope to hear an acknowledgement from her that the current exemptions for commercial purposes are causing additional cost to the public purse through environmental conservation, and that this issue does need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mark Ruskell to speak to Amendment 31 and other amendments in the group.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. I think as members will be aware on this committee, it's important that the loophole about land covered by a licence for grouse shooting is resolved, and that the licensing schemes established under Wildlife Management Muirburn Act actually operate as Parliament intended them to. Members will be aware that I brought forward similar amendments to Amendment 31 at stages 2 and 3 of the Land Reform Bill. Since then, I've had constructive conversations with Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs and Islands, and I very much welcome that there is now a government amendment that has been lodged in the name of Minister Jim Fairley and I believe will be moved in this grouping today. I believe that is the correct approach. I believe it has the confidence of stakeholders, and that this now does finally amend that legislation and sorts that particular issue. So I just thank the Scottish Government for moving that. I'd also like to just turn then to Amendment 41, which is bringing up a new issue for this Parliament, an issue that's been debated a lot at Westminster, and I'm hopeful that here at Holyrood, the Scottish Parliament, we can make progress on this, and that's in relation to the plight of swifts. Now, this bill does big things. It sets targets for nature recovery, but it also has the potential to do some small but very important things to protect nature. And members will be aware that, swifts are incredible birds. We welcome them every year when they return from Africa. They're very much part of our communities. Those incredible wheeling displays that we see. But I think back to my childhood, and to be honest, I'm not seeing so many swifts anymore. I'm not seeing them return in great numbers. And, that is backed up by the statistics here. We're seeing a decline in common swifts. The population has fallen by 2/3 since 1995. And that decline is due to a range of reasons, but perhaps the biggest reason is that they just simply don't have the nesting sites anymore. We've been very effective at renovating and retrofitting houses and improving building standards, and that's really important to tackle climate change and to make our homes more energy efficient. But partly as a result of that, we've actually squeezed out a home for nature out of our homes. And I think it's important that we tackle the nature emergency, we tackle the climate emergency. So how can we resolve this? Well, this amendment is a very simple amendment. It would require something called a SWIFT brick to be mandated to be introduced into all new buildings over 5 metres in height. And what is a SWIFT brick? Well, it's a brick with a hole in it. It costs about £30. That's all it costs. It's a standard which is reflected in British building standards already, and this amendment that I'm bringing forward today reflects that standard. So this is a ready-made solution to this crisis. It's a ready-made solution for swifts that are returning from Africa and literally have nowhere to nest, nowhere to breed. But of course, it would also benefit other species as well. We know that swift bricks would benefit 8 species of birds, including 4 who are critically red-listed at the moment. So as I said earlier, there has been a similar amendment put forward as part of the Planning and Infrastructure Bill for England and Wales. And despite a lot of interest in this at Westminster, a lot of cross-party support over a number of years, unfortunately that amendment failed to get over the line just a couple of weeks ago. I think we've got the opportunity here at Holyrood to cut through some of the politics around this, to do the right thing, to put in place just such a simple, small measure, but I think an important measure for these birds that are part of our communities and are undoubtedly one of the most iconic species that we have. Yes, I'll willingly give way.
All your 2 amendments together here, because I can get behind you potentially on this, that actually, we can help the swift population by installing these nest boxes, which aren't expensive. But just in terms of what you were talking about before in terms of game birds, do you not recognise that actually the management practices that go along with game birds actually have huge benefits to birds like swifts and various other farmland birds as well, in terms of the ground cover, etc., that we provide, and the diversity of grass species and wild bird seed that we put in the ground, or that can be put in the ground?
Well, I think that this committee has spent a long time debating the licensing scheme for grouse moors. And of course, there are important considerations that land managers have to bring in there about how they enhance certain species. And really, Amendment 31 is about just trying to tidy up a bit of an obvious loophole within that bill. What I'm bringing forward in the other amendment about swifts is really just such a simple measure. We're not talking here about difficult issues around land management plans and decisions that land managers have to make. We're just talking about a brick, one brick in our homes that could give nature a home. And I just think out of all of the issues that have taken up the committee's time, all of those quite tricky debates, I think, this is just such an obvious one. If you have a new house, it has to be built to high building standards. It has to have good insulation values. It has to be airtight. That's squeezing these birds out. They don't have a home as a result. Put in a 30-quid brick, make that mandatory as part of building standards. And we kind of, by and large, solve that problem. So I would reflect on it in saying that, Yeah, of course, the debates on the grouse management legislation have been quite hard, but this is a really easy one, and I just hope that this is something that, if not today, then between stage 2 and stage 3, we can get a consensus on in this Parliament in the way that, unfortunately, Westminster has sadly failed just to do a very simple thing for these birds. I'll leave it there, Convener.
Thank you, Mr Ruskell. I call Lorna Slater to speak to Amendment 40 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I don't intend to press Amendment 40 in favour of Mercedes Villalba's Amendment 12. I think it is significant that members from 3 opposition parties have brought amendments to this bill concerning the release of pheasants. The RSPB estimates that 31.5 million pheasants are released into the UK annually. Pheasants are tropical birds, but because of explicit exemptions in the Wildlife and Natural Environment Scotland Act 2011, no licence is needed by anyone, anywhere, to release any number of pheasants into Scotland without any concern for the spread of disease like avian flu, impact on native species, or the well-being of the birds. Certainly.
I think I don't have a problem. Obviously, everyone's allowed their point of view in this, but do you think there's a concern if we start suggesting that, I mean, thousands of geese come to Scotland every year during the winter, to suggest that pheasants are the problem with avian flu? I mean, avian flu is being spread through huge amounts of wild bird populations. Pheasants in themselves are not the cause of avian flu spreading, just to be clear on that point.
I mean, pheasants would contribute to avian flu spreading, but in order to release even a red squirrel, to relocate a red squirrel, something I know members around this table are keen on, you have to have a license and 40 pages of paperwork showing that the animal's not diseased, showing that it is being put in a correct location, showing that you've considered the well-being of the animal. You can release a tropical bird. In fact, you can release dozens, hundreds, thousands of tropical birds into Scotland without any consideration whether the animals are diseased, whether you're looking after the animal's welfare, whether it's appropriate to the environment. I'm not saying we stop pheasant releases, although personally I think that's a good idea. What I'm proposing is that they be licensed. The same way we license the release of beavers, the same way we would license, if we ever got there, the release of lynx, because we want to know who's releasing what into Scotland's environment. Certainly.
I appreciate you giving way. Is the real impetus behind these amendments actually nothing to do with health or the natural environment? It's got to do with the fundamental opposition of the Green Party to country sports. And this is just another nail in the coffin for Indigenous people in rural Scotland, with the removal of country sports, the removal of lots of other things that the Greens don't find palatable. This has got nothing to do with bird health at all. It's got to do with removing the ability for gamekeepers and whatever to do their jobs and bring an end to country sports.
If that was the case, then I would have included other ground nesting birds and game birds in this. I have looked only at pheasants, and the reason for that is because they are not native to Scotland. They are not part of our natural ecosystem. And if we are releasing tropical birds into Scotland, we should at least know where they're being released, who's releasing them, and what impact they have on the environment. Now, it is suspected that they have impact on eating the eggs, for example, of our native reptiles, like the adder, which contributes to the reduction in those. It is suspected that they contribute to the increase in our fox population, something which menaces farmers around the country. But actually, the research hasn't been done to show how much impact they do or don't have, because there has been this silence by the gamekeeping lobby. Oh, we're not going to look at pheasants. We're going to pretend that there's no problem here. But 3.5 million pheasants a year being released, 31.5 million pheasants a year being released into the UK, just let me finish my line here, is more biomass than all of the native birds of the UK combined. I'll say that again. That's more pheasants by mass than all of the native birds in all of the UK together. It is absurd. There is no way they're not impacting the environment. Granted that we need to collect the data on that, certainly.
Would the member licence feral pigeons?
Beg your pardon?
Would the member licence feral pigeons?
No one is releasing feral or relocating feral pigeons.
For shooting. No.
So the issue is about humans releasing and relocating animals. If you're going to release a beaver or relocate a red squirrel, you need to have a license to do that. If you were going to release a lynx or any new animal into the environment, you need a license to do that. You should have a license to release pheasants into the environment. That's it, a license, certainly.
I can't remember when it was, but the Cairngorm National Park did a study on this and found that actually numbers were actually pretty low because it has significantly dropped off from where it was. Does the member recognise that actually some studies have been done on this which show that I don't think what you are saying is entirely sorry, I actually need to change my words, that actually maybe this isn't as big a problem as it could be?
Great. I'm glad that we're reducing the potential impacts of pheasants, but that still isn't an argument against licensing. Why treat this one species, this one tropical bird species, different from every other animal species on planet Earth that you might release into Scotland? We should know how many pheasants, who's releasing them, and where. And we should know the impact that these have on our environment. We don't know these things.
Intervention on that.
Certainly.
What's confusing me here is that you're suggesting there is an issue, but in the same breath you're saying there's been no research done. But there has been to suggest that the release of game birds in Cairngorms National Park is at a low density and it's well managed. So on one hand you're suggesting there's no evidence but we should legislate, but there is. So on that basis, and it's low, why do we need to legislate?
So I'm not familiar with the evidence that Tim Eagle has cited, but that sounds like it's specifically within Cairngorms National Park. We're looking at legislation for the whole country. The sheer quantity of game birds, of pheasants that are being released in Scotland is enormous. It is, if the UK numbers are proportionate to Scotland, more than all of our native species put together. Yes, there absolutely should be urgently some research on what the impact of these is. But the fact that pheasants are exempted specifically in that Wildlife and Natural Environment Scotland Act 2011 is extraordinary and unusual. There's no reason for that one species to be exempted other than that gamekeepers want to be able to shoot them for sport. Consideration was not given to how these are impacting the environment, and it should be by licensing.
Would the member give way?
Certainly.
I just wanted the member thinks it's a bit odd that, you know, I keep hens, for example. I've got 3 hens in my garden, and I need to register that as part of a poultry register, specifically because of concerns about bird flu. Whereas if I had hundreds of pheasants that I released into the environment, there would be no regulation of that at all in relation to bird flu.
So my understanding is that people who keep pheasants do have to register on the poultry register, because while they are being kept in pens and for breeding, they are domesticated birds. They are required to be on the poultry register, although the poultry register is not well kept and is not up to date as far as I know. That also is something that needs working on. But once they are released, they become wild animals. And that is, again, very specific to game birds. That's true for other types of game birds, including native game birds that are kept in this way. But once they are released, they become wild animals. If you are going to relocate or introduce a wild animal into Scotland, all other species of animals require licensing. That's what we're looking at. So we know how many, who, and where. That's what I'm proposing here. Certainly.
I'd like to pick up on something else. You said that if the UK numbers of birds released does relate to Scotland. So once again, you're suggesting we legislate, but the member who's bringing in the amendment doesn't even know if the UK figures have the problem is here in Scotland. The word you used was if. It seems strange you're suggesting legislation if you don't actually know the basis on what that legislation reflects.
So the best numbers that I have are from the RSPB, and that is the 31.5 million pheasants a year released into the UK. That is not desegregated by Scotland. So I'm assuming that that's proportionate because that's the best evidence that I've got. It's irrelevant to the point that this matter should be licensed. I am not at this point suggesting that we stop pheasant releases altogether. We would need more data to evidence that. My understanding is that in the 2011 Wildlife and Natural Environment Act, when that was a bill being debated, it was proposed that pheasant releases be, the evidence suggested that pheasant releases should be licensed at that point, but an exception was carved out in a negotiation with the gamekeeping industry. I think that that should be reconsidered. I'll close my remarks. It is significant that members of 3 opposition parties, the Scottish Green, Scottish Labour and the Scottish Liberal Democrats have brought amendments around pheasants. It is time to do something about this. Mercedes Villalba and I have proposed licensing through removing the exemptions in the Wildlife and Natural Environment Scotland Act of 2011. Beatrice Wishart has proposed specific restrictions. So the Scottish Government has some options here. They must take a serious look at pheasant releases if they are to have any credibility on biodiversity. Certainly.
It's my understanding that the Minister currently has a proposal which has been backed by the rural industries to look at the extent of game bird release in Scotland. So would it not be better for the Minister to take that forward and then, if necessary, to bring in legislation in the back of that, rather than bringing in legislation of which there doesn't appear to be any solid evidence?
I would like to hear from the Minister on that point. Because I'm unclear why the exemption was granted in 2011, certainly not on environmental grounds, other than the gamekeeping lobby won that exemption. So I'd like to very much hear from the Minister, as the convener has said, on what their intentions are on pheasants going forward. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, Ms Slater. I call on Murdo Fraser to speak to Amendment 157 and other amendments in the group.
Well, thank you, convener. I want to move on from swifts and pheasants to talk about the other end of the bird family, which is the eagle population, not, as you say, Tim Eagle, but the golden eagle. And specifically, I want to talk about Stanley, the sad golden eagle, and why Stanley is sad and why I want the committee to make him happy. Thank you, Christine Graham. And this is the only amendment I have to this bill and deals with a very specific issue that has been raised with me by constituents. Amendment 157 amends Section 16 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, and it will permit NatureScot to grant a licence to allow the taking of mountain hares for the purpose of falconry. And I am taking forward this amendment on behalf of my constituents, Barry and Roxanne Blyther, who run a business called Elite Falconry in Fife. Now, as members might be aware, there are very few falconers in Scotland, no more than a few dozen, and it's very much a niche activity. But for those who participate in the business and sport of falconry, it is something very important to them. This amendment seeks to address what I think was an unintended consequence of the Animals and Wildlife Penalties, Protections and Powers Scotland Act 2020, which included the protection of mountain hares. Members who were in Parliament at that time might recall that when that bill passed through Parliament, there was a late Stage 3 amendment accepted to include mountain hares amongst protected species. Because this was introduced at Stage 3, there was no appropriate opportunity to allow proper discussion and consultation on the implications of this. Had that been permitted, an unintended consequence would have been very obvious, which was the impact on the sport and activities of falconers. The consequence of that change to the law in 2020 is that someone who flies birds of prey over moorland, which then swoop down and kill a mountain hare, as it is in their nature to do, will be guilty of an offence. And that makes the flying of birds of prey over moorland, where mountain hares might live, a very hazardous activity for falconers, severely restricting their activities. And the purpose of this amendment, therefore, is to permit NatureScot to licence falconers to be able to continue their activities on moorland where mountain hares might be without the fear of being prosecuted. And there would be a requirement on NatureScot when considering issuing such licences to look at the welfare of mountain hares, their population numbers in the normal way. So this is not about writing a blank cheque and putting the mountain hare population at risk. Now, members might be aware this was an issue which has been assiduously pursued by my constituents through the Citizen Participation and Public Petitions Committee. Indeed, members might recall the convener of that committee, Jackson Carlaw, hosting Stanley, the sad golden eagle, in the parliamentary garden. In fact, I recall, as other members will do with some amusement, the terror on Jackson Carlaw's face as he stood in the close vicinity of the golden eagle. And that committee supported the petition and urged the Scottish Government to change the law in this area. So what I'm proposing here is a very sensible proposition which will allow NatureScot to licence falconers, to allow them to continue their activities on moorland. It would not have any serious impact on the mountain hare population, given the numbers involved. We would allow falconers to conduct their business without fear of prosecution, And I hope that colleagues on the committee who are sympathetic to golden eagles and falconers will grant their support and make Stanley, the sad golden eagle, a happy golden eagle instead. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much, Mr Fraser. I now call on Tim Eagle, appropriately, to speak to Amendment 267 and other amendments in the group.
I'm happy to be Tim, the sad eagle, if people will back my amendments here. Amendment 267 introduces a review on the introduction of species. It requires ministers to establish a review to consider the impact of rewilding, species introduction and non-native species introduction. It will require ministers to consult those who have been affected by these activities and prepare and publish a report. A species reintroduction review is urgently needed because the experience of farmers, for example on the west coast of Scotland, shows how unbalanced current approaches have become. The return as beavers has brought well-known ecological benefits, but in many areas it has also created flooding, blocked drains and destroyed productive farmland, leaving farmers to absorb the cost with limited support. Likewise, expanding population of white-tailed sea eagles have had a severe impact on livestock, with lambs taken every year and crofters facing emotional and financial strain. These issues are real, documented and growing. We are seeing heartbreak from farmers every year and little to no action being taken. Happy to take an intervention.
Sorry, Rhoda, I'm finding it difficult. Could members keep the conversation as low as possible, particularly when someone's intervening, sitting right next to you? Rhoda Grant.
Sorry, I have some sympathy with this, but I'm puzzled why this does not apply to deer or pheasants, which also cause a nuisance. And I think I would have been tempted to vote for this amendment had it not been for that clause in it.
Can I come back to that in a second? Because actually I'm going to come to the Cabinet Secretary in a second on this point. A proper review would not oppose reintroductions, but ensure they are managed responsibly with clear assessments of local impact, meaningful consultation with those who live and work in the land, and workable mitigation and compensation schemes. Without this balance, reintroduction risks undermining rural livelihoods rather than supporting the thriving, sustainable countryside Scotland wants to achieve. Building on the findings of recent reviews, Amendment 268 to the Natural Environment Bill would create a clear and reliable compensation scheme for rural businesses impacted by... yes, absolutely.
Thank the member for giving way. But I'm just thinking about a situation in Mull, for example, where a number of farm businesses have been able to positively benefit from the reintroduction of the white-tailed eagle. You know, they've had huge amounts of wildlife tourism. It's enabled some farmers to be able to diversify and offer, you know, experiences on their farm, and they've had more tourists coming in as a result. I think there's been economic impact studies to show millions and millions of pounds have come into the economy of Mull as a result, partly of the white-tailed eagle. How does that side of compensation deal with that kind of benefit that the white-tailed eagle has brought to Mull? I should declare an interest of species champion for white-tailed eagles.
Gosh, it's all about eagles this morning.
I'm sure, a declaration.
To be honest, I mean, I've been on Mull a few times, actually, and that's not come up. But I recognise there might be some environmental but tourism benefits to these species, which is why I've said very clearly in here, I'm not opposing species reintroduction here. What I'm trying to do is, and for example, I was in the islands, the Western Isles, over the summer this year, and pretty much throughout the US as I went down, I had this same conversation with crofters over and over again, that actually traditional agricultural practices were being hurt by the white-tailed seagulls. Now, interestingly, very few of them said, I just want to kill them all. They all just said, we just need help and support where our businesses are being damaged. So I think that's the point I was just about to come on to, actually, is Scotland does currently operate a limited support scheme for losses to sea eagles and for certain beaver-related impacts. And I'm mentioning these two because I think they're quite relevant, but actually you could expand that to other species. But farmers and crofters repeatedly report that it is slow, bureaucratic, and does not come close to covering the real costs of long-term disruption. My amendment would take this further by ensuring that where reintroduced or recovering species create genuine evidence losses, those who steward the lamb are properly supported. What I am clearly trying to do in both Amendment 267 and 268 here is the balance that I think rural Scotland needs between the ambitions desired in this bill, but also making sure that small, rural, often family businesses are not harmed to the extent we exacerbate rural depopulation. If the Cabinet Secretary would be so minded to discuss this with me in more depth prior to stage 3, I'm happy not to press the amendments today.
Thank you, Mr Eagle. Now calling Beatrice Wishart to speak to Amendment 269 and other amendments in the group.
Thanks, Convener. Amendment 269. The purpose of this amendment is to give Scottish ministers the power to restrict releases of non-native game birds where these releases risk damaging flora, fauna or the wider environment. It enables ministers to specify where and when such restrictions apply based on evidence of environmental harm. Releases of non-native game birds can cause significant impacts on habitats, species and ecosystem function, particularly in sensitive areas, including island ecosystems. They also carry disease, including the highly pathogenic avian influenza, or HPAI, and can transmit the pathogens to native wildlife. There have been several mass mortality events in Scotland in recent years caused by HPAI and involving game birds reared and released into the natural environment. This is a serious threat to native wildlife. Current legislation does not provide sufficient regulatory tools to address situations where these releases are causing or at risk of causing environmental damage or disease control. This amendment provides a proportionate, evidence-based mechanism that allows ministers to intervene only where necessary and only in defined areas and time periods. It ensures that Scotland's invasive non-native species framework can respond to recognised ecological and disease pressures while maintaining clarity for land managers and the shooting sector. Amendment 270. The aim of this amendment is to amend Section 44 of the Nature Conservation Scotland Act 2004 to give Nature Scot explicit powers of entry to land for the purpose of monitoring or assessing species considered to be outside their native range. This would add a new entry power, Section 441KA, allowing Nature Scot to confirm the presence or absence of highly mobile invasive non-native species, or INS. Highly mobile INS, such as certain mammal or bird species, can spread rapidly and cause significant ecological harm if not detected.
Would the member give way?
Yes.
I just wonder whether the member appreciates that pheasants, and I think that's the target of your amendment, are already, there's a requirement for keepers to have the kept bird register, which is a disease control mechanism, which would address some of the issues. And my fear is that others may be using licensing or whatever actually as a way to prevent further country sports, which are incredibly important, given that something around like 167 million goes into the economy and then directly into conservation measures as a result of country sports.
The aim of this is not to prevent country sports, but I became aware of the introduction of red-legged partridges to Shetland, which are a non-native species. So this is why I have brought forward these amendments. Nature Scot's ability to monitor these species is constrained where access permissions are refused or delayed, slowing response times and increasing management costs. This amendment provides the practical access needed for early detection, accurate assessment and timely intervention, key principles of effective INS management. Strengthening monitoring powers supports Scotland's obligations under the INS Code of Practice and the precautionary approach embedded in biodiversity law.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. Move to Rachel Hamilton to speak to Amendment 284 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. Amendments 284, 285 and 286 in this group offer various approaches on how to improve the protections of the ancient wild goat herd in Newcastleton and Langham. This amendment was prompted by discussions with my constituents in Newcastleton, including the Wild Goat Conservation Trust, who have raised serious concerns about the preservation of their local herd. In February, plans to cull 85% of the herd were announced, an action carried out during the breeding season, causing significant distress to the community. The ad hoc and unscientific approach poses an existential threat to this herd. These goats are not only ecologically important, but they're also of significant cultural and heritage value. And as a reminder to the committee, where I've spoken before, 13,000 local residents signed a petition calling for their protection. The goats inhabit the moorlands between Newcastleton and Langham, and they have done so for centuries. They're fully wild and form part of a delicate ecology of these protected uplands. Yet, despite their importance, wild goats have no legal protections in Scotland, with the government previously stating here that they have no plans to provide full legal protection status for primitive or feral goats. The lack of protection has left this specific herd vulnerable and their future increasingly uncertain. Amendment 284, Section 9 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981 gives animals contained in Schedule 5 protected status and makes it an offence to intentionally or recklessly kill, injure or take any wild animal in the schedule. Amendment 284 would add the wild goat to the schedule, giving it protected status. As an alternative, Amendment 285 provides for the protection of wild goats through the designation of the site of special scientific interest to the habitat of wild goats in Langham and Newcastle. And this doesn't go as far as making it an offence, but outlines that wildlife, including goats, may be a consideration. And just as distinct as any other subpopulations are protected, I could give the Burnet moth as an example. Finally, Amendment 286 provides ministers with regulation-making powers to provide protection for Langham and Newcastleton wild goats. Turning to other amendments in this group, Amendments 291, 292 and 293 were drafted following discussions with the Central Borders Red Squirrel Network, who aim to stop the decline of red squirrel populations in the Scottish borders to contain or significantly slow the progress of squirrel pox in the south of Scotland and to improve conditions for viable red squirrel populations across Scotland. The population of grey squirrels, which themselves are listed as one of the 100 worst invasive non-native species by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, is approaching 3 million, and the red population has fallen to around 287,000, with 75% found in Scotland. My amendment in this group looks to help inform management interventions and provide greater protections for red squirrels. Amendment 291 brings forward a review on squirrel pox virus, including the impact of the virus on red squirrels and the spread of the virus across Scotland, and what action must be taken to tackle the spread. This review also allows for this to be delegated to local authorities and NatureScot to work together to consider what action needs to be taken. 292 establishes a red squirrel awareness campaign to promote awareness of the preservation and control of red squirrels and require that ministers engage with the relevant stakeholders when designating and implementing the campaign. 293 establishes Scottish ministers to undertake a review on whether any legislative change is required to further separate the provision for non-native species and non-native plants within the Wildlife and Countryside Act of 1981. This amendment aims to separate the invasive grey squirrels from plants in terms of non-native species specification, which aims to differentiate more explicitly more explicitly between managing the impacts of non-native animals and plants.
Thank Ms Hamilton for taking the intervention. It's actually regarding your earlier amendments relating to goats, if that's okay. I wasn't quick enough to come in. Just trying to follow what you were saying, I'm unclear as to what mechanisms that would leave for the management of goat herds, because there aren't any natural predators as far as I'm aware, and I'm looking at your amendments and it appears that they would make it impossible for herd management of non-native feral goats. And just to clarify, the goats you're referring to, they are non-native, aren't they?
Yeah, so the goats themselves are not feral, they are wild goats, and that's why they are so unique. And the uniqueness of them is that the goats that have been there for centuries, they were brought, the British primitive goats descended from goats, according to the conservation group, from a herd that was brought to the British Isles by Neolithic herds, people more than 4,000 years ago. So they are unique, and they're not. That is why this is so important, because the conservation group, are not against ensuring that older goats are, controlled, because they have to be. And it's just the nature of the way that since the land sale has happened, that Ms Phil Arbel will be aware of Oxygen Conservation, who purchased some of the land, and obviously Richard Stockdale has been making comments to this effect on some of Mercedes Villalba's amendments. However, the Conservation Group are not against the control of goats because they have to be controlled. They are supportive of the right method, and my amendments just give a protected status which wouldn't have an impact on the control, but also there are other options as to protect the certain habitat of the goat, but also the regulation-making powers that Scottish ministers could have. So there is options here for the minister, and I'm sure we'll hear, the Cabinet Secretary, and I'm sure we'll hear from the Cabinet Secretary who will give us her opinion on how these 3 amendments could be possible to ensure protection.
Clarification, I appreciate you saying that they are wild and that they are descendant of goats that have been here a long time, but from what I heard from Ms Hamilton, they are not in fact a native species. I think I've heard an acknowledgement that management is necessary, culls will be necessary. What I haven't heard is why this needs to be brought into primary legislation. Are there not any pre-existing methods to control this species?
Well, my short answer to that would be that the Langham and Newcastleton goats are, as you say, are non-native, and as such they would be able to be listed on Schedule 5. So that this, I mean, the Conservation Group and I have looked at these amendments very carefully because I had tabled amendments in the Land Reform Bill which fell. We have looked at this incredibly intensely to work out how we can effectively get these amendments through to offer protection or to give Cabinet Secretary or the Ministers regulating powers to be able to designate certain sites. It's not about not controlling them, it's about making sure that they are protected so that they're not indiscriminately wiped out as the 85% of the goat herd were, as I've just cited. I hope that answers the member's question. Turning to my other amendments in this group. Yes.
Thanks.
On
291, on the red squirrels. I just was looking at the detail of it, and again, apologies to take you back. So I think it's great that you want to look into protecting the red squirrels, as do many of us. I just was looking at it, and in Section 3 it says that ministers may delegate their duty to conduct the review to local authorities. And I also note that you require additional resource to local authorities, which is great. You've considered that it's going to cost more to do that work. But I wonder if you have a sense, I'm aware that local authorities are extraordinarily challenged in many ways around the biodiversity space. And I wonder if you've been able to or can provide me with some information about where those people would come to do that work across 32 local authorities. It's quite a challenging place to operate in these days with just, you know, the people on the ground to do that kind of work.
Okay, so the key point that the Red Squirrel Conservation Group made was that at the moment they are voluntarily going out and, trapping squirrels and humanely dispatching of the grey squirrel population to ensure that we control the spread of the pox virus, which is becoming a serious problem in the south of Scotland. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw a red squirrel in the south of Scotland. There are only very small defined areas that still have the habitat for red squirrels, and without the grey squirrel population, who are seriously wiping them out. And the Conservation Group made the point that it's getting to the point where they need the support now to be able to do the good work that they have already been doing voluntarily. And I think, if we are serious about preserving biodiversity and species that are, native to Scotland, I think we really need to be looking at the resource. It doesn't mean to say that I, have had to change or make a reference to the financial memorandum here because it's going to cost a lot of money. It's just bringing in Nature Scot to support local authorities, but to make an assessment. It's more about the assessment. And local authorities already have the ability. They have officers that are able to go out, for example, to look at the situation around seagulls And that has happened in Eyemouth, in my particular area. There was a designated individual and they worked alongside Nature Scott. So I don't see this as being an onerous and hugely financial burden. Thank you for your intervention. Just to go back to the point about the amendments here, I just want to make a comment on Jim Fairley's amendment, if I may, Convener. My final amendment in this group, Amendment 35A, amends the Minister's amendment by deleting lines 11 and 12. Currently, the applicant for the licence will specify the land to which the application relates, and lines 11 and 12 of the Minister's amendment allows Nature Scott to propose a different area to which the licence should relate to. The reasoning... The reason that I am doing this is because I believe that Jim Fairley's amendment is wrong. My amendments recognise that the Scottish Government have already said that they will not amend the Mirrabone licensing, also established in the 2024 Act. So how can they justify amending the 16AA licences? Protocol 1, Article 1 of the EHRC on the protection of property means that a public authority cannot place restrictions on anyone's property without very good reason. And if this amendment were to go through and Nature Scott imposed a licence on someone's entire property, are they content that it would not breach this protocol? I think it's a concern that perhaps the Cabinet Secretary would address. The Minister's amendment could also mean an entire land holding is subject to the licence. The extension of licences to cover the whole land holding has already been considered during the 2024 Act debate. And when the licences took effect, Nature Scott unilaterally deviated from the Act, defining land as the entire land holding. Nature Scott, and this is important, later recognised that this was an error in law. After a leading KC deemed this decision ultra vires, Nature Scott then realigned the application process within the law. There are also deterrents in place to avoid illegal shooting, to ensure effective deterrent of raptor crime, and Nature Scott included a new condition ensuring licences can be revoked if relevant crimes are being committed by relevant people outside the land to which the licence itself relates. Finally, in August 2025, Nature Scott told the BBC, "We haven't seen raptor persecution where we've had to act in the case of Grousemoor licensing, which is good, but we continue that monitoring and compliance arrangement with Police Scotland and others to make sure that that is the case." Very, very briefly, I will just say that I strongly oppose Amendment 55, Amendment 40, which Lorna Slater said she wasn't going to move anyway, and the amendment in the name of Beatrice Wishart. From the latter point, I don't think it's reasonable that Nature Scott sort of monitor and assess the issue where land managers are already doing so. I think it's completely unnecessary. I think it's slightly worrying. I mean, Beatrice Wishart talked there about control of disease, and already there are implications that the land managers look at, and it's important that that currently there's a kept bird register, there's robust avian influenza order protections, and there's no evidence that these diseases are transmitting between game birds. So I just don't see it as a relevant amendment. And Mercedes Villalba, I was going to intervene, but I missed to do so. I think it would have an impact on the survival of songbirds because the land is being currently managed by land managers who are operating game shoots. It's worth a huge amount to the economy, 760 million to the Scottish economy. There are many jobs that are reliant on this in the rural economy from game shooting, and I just think it's... Yes? Yeah.
Just a point of clarity, the member seems to think that I'm targeting all game shooting. We're particularly focused with these amendments on invasive non-native species, just to clarify.
Yeah, I get that, and obviously game has a wide definition, but specifically with regards to common pheasants or red-leg partridge, the game shooting is part of that. And I mean, it's a huge amount, 760 million, even if you break it down into the amount that is used for pheasant shooting compared to other game shooting activities, which, to be honest, most of the most of the red deer are controlled by Forestry Land in Scotland, which isn't part of shooting.
Would you take an intervention? I'd be grateful if the member could point me towards any reports or evidence on the breakdown, the economic impact of invasive versus, native versus non-native species. My understanding is that game shooting does take place with native species. So is she saying that no shooting would be possible if we did not allow non-native species to be introduced?
I mean, I think that's irrelevant to the point that I'm making here. I'm making the point that 4,000 jobs are reliant on game shooting in Scotland. Not non-native species, in all game shooting. And as I've said to Mercedes Villalba, you know, it's irrelevant whether you want to break it down. I mean, the member should have done that in the first place to have proved that it was going to have a less of impact than 760 million on the Scottish economy, because it's important to rural tourism, it's important to rural jobs, and I think it's an ideological position. I'm really surprised that Labour and the Greens are coming from this point of view. It effectively would ban pheasant shooting.
Hamilton. And I call on Ariane Burgess to speak to Amendment 302 and other amendments in the group.
My amendment is related to access to monitor and assess non-native species. Amendment 302 amends existing legislation around species control orders when dealing with invasive non-native species, and I thank RSPB Scotland for their assistance with this amendment. The Wildlife and Natural Environment Scotland Act 2011 updated the management and control of invasive non-native species, and those updates were warmly welcomed by environmental stakeholders. However, in practice, the use of species control orders has been problematic and could benefit from additional improvement through the bill before us. Issues have arisen in locations where major species eradication projects are underway. For example, the Orkney Native Wildlife Project to remove stoats on the islands to protect bird populations. In this project and others like it, project teams employ a variety of humane trapping and capture methods to remove the invasive species. These projects also work closely with and are sometimes funded by NatureScot and the Scottish Government. Projects also have voluntary agreements with most landowners, public or private, to enable project officers to access and trap invasive species across the expanse of the project area. For the Orkney project, this has covered over 900 land holdings and has taken more than 5 years so far to secure access agreements across the project area. However, there are times when it's not possible to enter into a voluntary agreement for a variety of reasons, and in some cases this can undermine the success of the project. If the project teams cannot access land where the invasive target species, such as the stoat, have moved to their numbers cannot be controlled. Rapid action is needed to control populations of highly mobile species, such as stoat. Securing agreements can be time-consuming and delay risk, jeopardising the success of the project as a whole. Amendment 302 would allow for project staff to access areas without a control order to assess the extent of the damage caused by invasive species as defined by NatureScot. It just allows access to the land for surveying purposes. It would not allow officers to take any other actions. And the intention is to strike a balance between property rights and dealing with the fast-moving developments involving invasive species, so that staff could access land to assess the damage so that a further course of action can be planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we move on, I just want everyone, for time management purposes, to be aware that my intention is that we stop before we move on to Section 2, the power to amend EIA legislation, habitat regulation. So we'll just be concluding this group and then we'll stop. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to speak to amendments 12, 54, 55 and 56. Collectively, I'd like to acknowledge the concerns that stakeholders in the committee have expressed around invasive non-native species, and I'm very aware that the INS are one of the key drivers of biodiversity loss, as identified by IPBES, and we have ambitious targets set in the Global Biodiversity Framework. I'm also very mindful of the concerns that have been expressed around those species which have been exempted from the provisions in Section 14 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981. Stakeholders have highlighted potential impacts of the common pheasant and red-legged partridge on our native biodiversity, as well as the risks that those species pose in relation to the spread of avian influenza. And stakeholders have also spoken about the impacts due to the self-seeding of Sitka spruce onto sensitive habitats such as peat bog. And given those concerns, I understand absolutely why these set of amendments have been put forward by Mercedes Villalba. I agree entirely that having a robust process in place to manage the impacts of any non-native species that are exempted from sections 14 Part 1 and 14 Part 2 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act makes sense. However, we need to ensure that such a process is aligned fully with current legislation, is workable in practice and does not cause harm to Scotland's rural economy. Amendments 54 and 56. Yes.
Just following up as well on what Rachel Hamilton was saying. According to Scottish Land and Estates, there are about 439,500 jobs in rural Scotland, which means that the gamekeeping jobs that Rachel Hamilton noted at 4,000 is less than 1% of our rural jobs. There's also the question to be asked around, if such a huge amount of land is given over to only 4,000 jobs, it's a question about whether we're using our resources significantly and properly. If that land was used for anything else, whether it was forestry, nature restoration, farming, there may be more jobs created. So the idea that gamekeeping is the best use of that land and the best for the economy, I think is incorrect. The data does not show that up. It is one use of the land which is challenging for biodiversity and isn't necessarily creating the optimal results for Scotland's rural economy.
Thank you, and I appreciate that there is differences of opinion in terms of land use, and I think that obviously Lorna Slater's got her points in relation to Rachel Hamilton's amendments and discussion on the record. Amendments 54 and 56 would repeal the list of plant species made exempt under the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, while simultaneously removing the ability to list species in future orders where the reason for the order is solely for economic or commercial purposes. And as I said, we can accept the concern surrounding the self-seeding of Sitka spruce. I'm very sympathetic to that. It's led to these amendments. However, the amendment, as it's drafted, could have a potential detrimental effect on our forestry sector and cause a potential shock to forestry nurseries. The forestry sector relies on long-term stability to reach its goals. Any uncertainty can have severe and long-lasting consequences, particularly for the confidence and viability of tree nurseries. Non-native conifers are vital to the Scottish economy, but also they meet the Scottish Government's climate change targets and help us meet our climate change targets as well. Forests absorb 7.5 metric tonnes of CO2 annually. That's around 14% of Scotland's greenhouse gas emissions, and provide low-carbon timber, a lot of it used for construction, which is obviously using timber for construction is a low-carbon way of reducing emissions associated with construction. Any shock to supply chains could result in decreased investment, delays to replanting, reduction in new planting and therefore carbon sequestration. Also may mean the more import of timber as well. I know that's something that we don't want to see. Longer term, cause significant disruption to supply chains, result in job losses in rural areas. And this is a sector that's worth £1.1 billion to the Scottish economy, supports over 34,000 jobs, but I can't stress enough the importance of the carbon sequestration aspect of this timber production. Miss Villalba wrote to me earlier this year, setting out our concerns about the impact of a number of non-native species, including citrus fruits. And I'm very sympathetic to those concerns. And I set out my response to her, in my letter to her, the Government and Scottish Forestry have been in regular contact regarding concerns about self-seeding of non-native trees. I know that Scottish Forestry are reviewing guidance for applicants and their own staff, and are considering available evidence to ensure that it's fit for purpose, including upcoming revision to the long-term forest plan guidance. And that's going to take full consideration of this issue. And work's also underway on how the forestry grant scheme could be updated with this very serious and real issue in mind. We need to remember that sustainable forest management, which obviously we as Scottish Ministers have a duty to promote, has actually 3 pillars. They are social, environmental and economic. The amendment goes further too by stopping the planting of the species listed within Part 2 of the schedule to the 2012 order outside their native range, many which are native to the UK and Scotland. It would also impact the sowing of wildflowers for biodiversity. An unintended consequence, I'm absolutely sure of that, but one that I need to highlight to the member. Amendment 55 would similarly remove the current exemption for common pheasant and red-legged partridges. The Scottish Government is aware of the concern about the potential impact of game bird releases. However, we are concerned, and it has been mentioned by members, we currently don't have a complete calculation of the number of game birds being released in Scotland. So without this information, it is very difficult to take an informed view on the potential impacts. But having heard what's been said today, we will give... Can I just finish the point, and I'll take Ms Slater. Having heard what's been said in the discussion today, we are going to give careful consideration to whether further research is needed to address these evidence gaps. I can't support the amendment at this stage. I'm committed to exploring whether additional research needs to be undertaken. I suggest that it does, to strengthen our understanding and support informed discussion around sustainable game bird management in Scotland in the future. If I can take Lorna Slater, I will.
Thank you. Yes, I think we are in some agreement on the point around data collection. I think my colleagues to my right here also expressed some frustration that we don't have the data. But there is a bit of a circular argument where we're talking about we don't know how many game birds are released. Licensing would provide a mechanism for knowing how many game birds are released, not suggesting any restrictions be implied at this point until data was gathered. So I guess I'm interested in hearing a more robust commitment from the Cabinet Secretary about that data collection so that both sides of the argument are coming to this with some actual evidence rather than our own particular views.
So as I said, I've heard all the arguments around this. The arguments are well rehearsed. I have committed pretty much to further research on this. I think that it is needed. Yes.
It was just to say, I actually agree with Lorna Slater on this point. Actually, maybe if we want to come to some agreement, then we need to know more data. But my understanding is, I was just looking at the report here, the Cairngorm report that I mentioned earlier that was done in partnership with the GWCT did make clear that further research is needed to deepen the understanding of the interactions between the economy and the environment, etc. Would the Scottish Government support a fund to allow that to happen so that we can get the data we need?
I'm not going to commit to supporting any new funds that have just come up in conversation in stage 2, but obviously, you know, this is cross-portfolio as well between myself, Ms Goujon and Mr Fairley, but the points are on the record, and I'll put them back to the Minister around that particular report and that particular evidence. So if I can come back to the amendments that I haven't mentioned. Yes, I'm still in the middle of talking about Amendment 12. It would be that any order specifying species for the purpose of listing or relisting them, there would be a requirement to publish a long-term management strategy. And while we can see merit in this approach, for any new species that are being considered for the exemption, we don't think it would be proportionate for this to be done for the 100+ species which are currently exempt. And as I said earlier, this includes a number of commonly used wildflowers. It's not intended that if it's not intended that Amendment 12 will be applied retrospectively to existing orders made under Section 14(2)(b) of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, we would be prepared to work with Ms Fialba on redrafting the amendment for Stage 3 to clarify some of the provisions. I've highlighted some, I think, maybe unintended consequences of the amendment, so I think it's sensible that we have a conversation about how we avoid that ahead of stage 3, if she's amenable to that. And if she considers not moving amendments 12, 54, 55 and 56, then we can work on them ahead of stage 3. Excuse me. Amendments 31, excuse me, 35 and 35A. These are all in the name of Jim Fairley. No, they're not. Just 35 is. I'm just double checking. So I'm speaking on behalf of Jim Fairley's Amendment 35 today. This amendment ensured that the Scottish Government achieves the original intention of the grouse licensing scheme introduced by the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Scotland Act 2024. It makes sure that the relevant offences committed outside the licensed area can still lead to suspension or revocation of a licence, closing a loophole that undermines enforcement. Without this amendment, offences such as poisoning birds of prey on adjacent land could not result in a licence suspension. This amendment ensures that the licensing scheme acts as a meaningful deterrent to wildlife crime. The grouse licensing provisions were fully scrutinised, consulted on during the development of the bill that became the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Scotland Bill. I want to thank Mark Ruskell for his support for this particular amendment. Obviously, I have a certain interest as having taken that bill halfway through before it was handed to Mr Fairley. So I agree with his reasoning, and I agree with the reasoning of the amendment here, and ask the committee to support Amendment 35. If I have time, yeah.
The intervention. The notes that I was speaking to on Jim Fairley's amendment to extend the landholding, the entire landholding, and the Cabinet Secretary says that this is to put in place the right and a loophole. Now, Nature Scott already did this, but then, as I said, a KC had deemed it ultra vires, and so I wondered what the Cabinet Secretary's or the Scottish Government's position was on the legality of doing this in this amendment.
So first of all, this is Mr Fairley's portfolio, and I'm obviously speaking to this. Mr Fairley, when he makes decisions on amendments that are brought forward, always has them checked out by Scottish Government legal departments. So I will leave it for him to perhaps, maybe one of the takeaway points I can make is that Mr Fairley can get in touch with the member to give her the actual detail.
I'm seriously worried that this is going to pass today because it will be whipped.
Yeah. So I think I've given my best answer that I possibly can. Mr Fairley's amendment shall appreciate that in order to keep the mechanics of the committee going, I opted to move this amendment on behalf of Mr Fairley so that I could just get through all these amendments in the interest of time. But I will, obviously, Mr Fairley will be watching this session back. He'll be looking at official record and he'll note the points. And I'll take Christine Graham.
I mean, I think I'm correct. Obviously, Cabinet Secretary, you're not able to deal with this particularly yourself, as it's Mr Fairley's amendment. However, there is the opportunity at stage 3, if there are issues now be concerned along the member who's ultra vires, to deal with that.
As usual, Christine Graham gives her experience and wisdom to members, and she absolutely makes an extremely valid point. Right, can I come on to... Yep, I mean, it's up to the convener. I can stay here all day.
Excellent. I'd like to get away at some point, but maybe all day. I think, can I just corroborate basically what Rachel Hamilton's just said? There is really serious concern around here. Now, I think the Minister made some claims in a letter to the committee about some of the land holdings not following the guidance or the letter to the law, which I think is a bit of unsubstantiated claims, because to my understanding from Nature Scott, there's been no breaking of the rules here at all. Given the level of the significant concern, though, and I know this does sit with Jim Fairley more than yourself, could you at least agree to not push this forward today and work with stakeholders, work with the MSPs that clearly have some concern around this before stage 3, so that we can actually debate this more fully in the background, and we have the opportunity to discuss this more fully with Jim Fairley before this amendment goes forward?
Mr Fairley engages with all stakeholders in his portfolio, and I have absolutely no doubt that he does that rigorously and thoroughly. So I am going to move his amendment. I've been asked to do that, and
Cabinet Secretary, can I intervene? There are some serious claims that the Minister has potentially inadvertently misled the committee in the letter he wrote that suggested that some estates had not adhered to the letter of the law in obtaining licensing. And there is great dispute over whether that's the case. Indeed, some anecdotal evidence that Nature Scott didn't actually agree with that statement in the letter. Given the Minister's not here to answer questions, we will be voting on this amendment, not today, but there is the opportunity for Mr Fairley to write to the committee just to ensure that the concerns that you've heard today are addressed before we actually vote on that. That would be most helpful if you could give that commitment that some of these questions that you're not able to answer are addressed before this committee takes a fairly major step in agreeing to legislation.
You're bringing forward a letter that I've not written, that Mr Fairley's written, and obviously he will be looking at this session. We will pass back to him that you want him to engage with the committee on the substance of that letter. So I was talking about Mr Fairley's amendment, and Mark Ruskell's amendment seeks to achieve a similar outcome, so I appreciate that he's probably not going to move that because he seems satisfied with Mr Fairley's amendment, closing that loophole as it's been put. Amendment 40, Amendment 35A, to amend Mr Fairley's amendment, removing the express power for Nature Scott to propose an alternative licence will lead to confusion. Section 16AA of the 1981 Act will still require applicants to describe as opposed to identify the proposed area of land to which the licence is to relate, and thereafter set out that if unable to reach agreement with the applicant as to what is an appropriate area of land, Nature Scott can refuse the application. Therefore, there can still be some back and forth between the applicant and Nature Scott to seek to agree the area, but without express provisions. Setting this out could lead to confusion as to the process. So for these reasons, I will.
You are being very generous because Jim Fairley is not here to defend these amendments, and I'm seriously concerned, again, to reiterate this point, that the government originally had said, and I was on this committee when we took the Mirrabburn and Grousemore licensing through. Now, at that point, it is on record that the Scottish Government said that they would not amend the 16AA licence. And because Jim Fairley is not here to explain or give his explanations, if I quote the Cabinet Secretary, she said that she's here to do the job of Jim Fairley and therefore not in the position but just to read the notes and not to respond to the concerns. No, I'm being hugely respectful, Cabinet Secretary.
I don't think you are.
Apologies if you believe I'm not Cabinet Secretary, but the Minister is not here to defend or to explain the concerns that the committee or others have on this amendment, and considering that the Scottish Government said that they would not amend the 16AA licence, it's going against what the Government had committed to.
So I think Mr Fairley's amendment speaks for itself. People can make a judgment on whether or not to support it or not. I have laid out the reasoning for this amendment. Mr Fairley has consulted with, as we do, as all ministers do when we are making legislation, with the Scottish Government legal advice, and he has put forward this amendment. I stand by that as with collective responsibility. So regarding Amendment 40, my fellow Bill Ministers and I are aware of concerns that are raised about the release of non-native game birds and understand the intention behind the amendment. However, I must be clear that the amendment will have no effect as currently drafted. It will not revive the provisions which were removed by the Wildlife and Natural Environment Act 2011. I encourage the committee to reject Amendment 40. Amendment 41, in the name of Mark Ruskell, recognise the desire to promote biodiversity with new developments across Scotland. I am hugely sympathetic to that as somebody who cares very much about the migrant population of Swifts that come to Aberdeenshire every year. And if I could just make encouragement to go and visit Portsoy, which has a cliff face with a number of holes round about the summer, where you will see the Swifts going in and out and feeding their young. It's a natural wonder. However, the amendment's not necessary. Scottish ministers already have powers to introduce regulation to effect such change. Securing positive effects for biodiversity is already one of the 6 statutory outcomes for the National Planning Framework, or NPF4, published in 2023. Relevant policies are underpinned by Nature Scot guidance, including recommending measures that new development can take to enhance biodiversity, such as providing homes for small birds. With regard to building regulations, we must, however, take into account, obviously, the primary aims of legislation, which focuses on the health and safety of people and around buildings and performance of the buildings. But such changes can affect factors that need detailed consideration. However, officials have indicated that this matter can be considered as part of future review of Standard 7.1 of the building regulations. And given the importance of following due process in matters that concern the design and fabric of new buildings, I think it's only right that such matters be considered in a comprehensive and meaningful way, and in collaboration with key stakeholders involved in the delivery of our built environment. For these reasons, I ask that Amendment 41 is not pressed, and Mr Ruskell might want to investigate what I have just put to him with regard to the advice we've been given on this. Yes.
I'm just, for clarification, it would appear that the argument you're making for Mark Ruskell's amendment not to appear in this bill doesn't sit with the argument that Jim Fairley's amendment should be able to amend the Muirburn and Gracemuir bill. This,
no,
Mark Ruskell apparently is using this to ensure the government do implement that change.
I don't think you can relate. With all due respect, Mr Carson, I don't think you can relate what Mark Ruskell's trying to do with another amendment, because what I'm effectively saying is that in the securing positive effects for biodiversity is already one of the 6 statutory outcomes for MPF4, and I have given advice, or officials have given me advice to pass on to the committee and to Mr Ruskell, is that what Mr Ruskell wishes to do with this amendment can actually be achieved through building regulations, and that there could be a review on this particular matter to allow that to come into effect if the right consultation was done and the right due diligence and evidence gathering and indeed consultation with stakeholders was undertaken. Amendment 157, Convener, the legislation is clear that birds of prey can still be used to take mountain hares for other purposes were carried out under a licence granted by Nature Scot. And so I'll give a bit of detail to that to Murdo Fraser. Licences have actually been issued as recently as this year. Mountain hares obviously are a protected species in Scotland because of concerns around their population. And we appreciate there are many occasions when falconers' birds could take non-target species, such as mountain hares, when being exercised, when hunting other legitimate species, such as red grouse. Provided that this was not done intentionally or recklessly, this would be unlikely to be considered an offence. Furthermore, this amendment is drafted, it goes much further than allowing the taking of mountain hares for the purpose of falconry. It would permit any species on Schedule 5, 5A or 6A to be taken for the purposes of falconry, and that could include grass snake and water vole. But I want to stress that if mountain hares were not taken intentionally, then it would be very unlikely that it would be considered an offence. Yes, I will.
Give way. So I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for that explanation. How would intention be established in those circumstances?
I think that whenever, I mean, obviously it's for police officers to determine whether or not that's the case, and obviously they would need to demonstrate that that was the case. I mean, I think that's a sort of like, Mr Fraser is a lawyer, and he will know that that's up for lawyers to prove in that case. But this is the advice that I've been given on this. I remember this coming up as an issue at the time. I do actually remember very clearly the fact that this provision was put in at stage 3, where there wasn't a great, well, there wasn't any scrutiny been taken. But I would gently say to members that since that has actually happened, there's been a great deal of things brought in at stage 3 and many, many bills for which that is the case. Anyway, regarding 267 amendment, Timmy Gold mentioned that Scottish Government already have robust mechanisms for monitoring species introductions and managing impacts through existing legislation and policy frameworks. So creating a statutory review, I think, adds bureaucracy around this without actually delivering any new benefits. Ministers already got the powers to review and adapt species management policy as needed, so having an additional rigid statutory requirement, I think, is unnecessary. Also, I mean, I think another member mentioned that also it excludes deer and pheasants without giving any explanation as to that. But I appreciate Tim Eagle's offer with regard to 268. I don't know whether he was saying that he wouldn't press 267 and 268 or whatever. So I appreciate that because he wants to have more discussions going forward, and I'm always willing to do that. Regarding 268, the Scottish Government obviously already provides targeted support for landowners that are impacted by species introduction through established schemes such as the Sea Eagle Management Scheme, Beaver Mitigation Scheme delivered by Nature Scot. These programmes offer practical assistance and financial support where needed. The current schemes address real impacts without creating a blanket entitlement. Crucially, they allow Nature Scot to respond quickly and proportionately. I take his points, though, that maybe there's been experience where maybe that has not been done as quickly as some people would like. Obviously happy and have done in previous ministerial roles engaged with Nature Scot where that hasn't been the case. For those reasons, I encourage Tim Eagle not to press this amendment or members to oppose it if it is pressed. 269, I've listened carefully to the proposal of Amendment 269, which would allow ministers to take action in certain circumstances to prevent the release of pheasants or red-legged partridges. There actually are a number of powers already in existence for ministers and Nature Scot to take action to protect biodiversity from any negative impacts from these game birds. If member thinks there's a genuine gap in the current legislative protections, Mr Fairley would be he'd be willing to discuss this further. He has said to relay that if she does not press her amendment at this stage. Just got 270, Amendment 270 and 302. I'm aware that members have lodged amendments 270 and 302 due to difficulties that have arisen in accessing land to tackle invasive non-native species, particularly in Orkney, where the groundbreaking work that's been done at the Orkney Native Wildlife Project has been incredibly successful. However, we are unable to accept these amendments at this stage, as we need the time to consider them carefully because there are implications of granting such additional power. We want to make sure that that additional power would be proportionate and appropriate. I'd be prudent to wait and hear further recommendations that Environmental Standards Scotland might make in following their investigation into invasive non-native species. On that basis, I'd ask members not to press amendments 270 and 302, and I'd be willing to engage with members ahead of stage 3 to see if there's anything that can be done to work together on amendments that we can all support. Regards to amendments 284, 285 and 286, I appreciate the sentiment absolutely around the Langham Newcastleton goats. These amendments would give statutory protection to a non-native species. I think Mercedes Villalba made that point quite succinctly a number of times, and that is a fact. They are non-native species. If I can just finish my point. Providing the increased protection in this amendment to the goats conflicts with Scotland's biodiversity strategy, and legal protection could prevent necessary population management, leading to overgrazing and damage to sensitive upland ecosystems. And I'll take Rachel Hamilton now.
Well, when I spoke to the Goat Conservation Group, they were explaining that whilst in Schedule 5 there are no non-native species, it was carefully worded so that it wouldn't preclude the possibility, because the Act in describing animal and plants listed in those protecting schedules use the terms principally and in general in respect of them being indigenous to the UK. So it is entirely possible to use Schedule 5 to make reference to them principally and in general being indigenous to the UK.
But there is a risk that it may create pressure to protect other introduced species. And I think that's the key point that Rachel Hamilton is missing here, that could weaken Scotland's invasive species management framework. And we're all aware of the impact that non-native invasive species can have on our indigenous wildlife and our native wildlife as well. And that could complicate future decisions on species control, erode consistency in biodiversity policy, which could have a really serious effect. So I believe that local management agreements are a much better, flexible alternative than rigid statutory protection in this particular case. Lastly, everyone will be pleased to hear, on amendments 291, 292 and 293, Scotland already invests heavily in red squirrel conservation through the Scottish Squirrel Group. This programme delivers grey squirrel control, squirrel pox monitoring, habitat restoration and community engagement, and is supported by over £1 million from the Nature Restoration Fund. Additional statutory reviews and awareness campaigns risks duplicating this work. It creates unnecessary costs and would divert resources away from practical action that I think that we all actually agree is absolutely necessary. And I don't think any of us want to see the practical action, the funding of practical action, having any reductions in costs in order to put forward any other bureaucratic exercises which already are available. I'll take Rachel Hamilton now.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Would the Cabinet Secretary consider meeting the Red Squirrel Group, because I do think that the speaking notes that she has just read out actually undermine... Sorry.
Make a point of order.
Point of orders in committee, Cabinet Secretary.
On 2 occasions now, Rachel Hamilton has referred to me doing my job as reading notes out, which I think is disrespectful.
May I apologise, Convener, if the Cabinet Secretary believes that to be disrespectful. But, OK, I'll describe it in a different way. So the Cabinet Secretary's opinions on the amendments which are supported by the Red Squirrel Conservation Group, the evidence that they have provided to me is being undermined by the Cabinet Secretary's explanation of an awareness campaign being bureaucratic, but also to the extent that the pox virus is spreading and causing huge issues in the south of Scotland, of which I'm not sure if the Cabinet Secretary is aware of the extent of that.
As the Minister with responsibility for biodiversity, I am absolutely aware of the impact of squirrel pox. I am absolutely aware of the pressure that the grey squirrel, which is an invasive non-native species, which was introduced to this country and is having an effect on red squirrel. I am from a rural area, which there have been a great deal of work done in reducing the population of grey squirrel. I pay particular tribute to the work of Harrow House, which has got a fantastic programme, and you can actually see red squirrels in abundance in Aberdeen as a result of that work. So I do not need to be told that I don't have awareness of this issue. I am not diminishing the concerns of the Red Squirrel Group that she references. I would be happy to meet with them. And I am not fixed in my views about what we can do in order to protect the red squirrel. I'm merely pointing out that what Rachel Hamilton is proposing would take away funding that could otherwise be used for direct action that actually yields results. Our current strategies are evidence-based, they are adaptive, and locking these duties into legislation would add a bureaucratic layer that doesn't have to be there, because we can, on an ongoing basis, look at new strategies as science develops and as techniques develop to protect our red squirrel species. So, as such, I believe very firmly that our focus should remain on strengthening existing programmes which are proven to be very effective. I mentioned one in my area that will have a material effect on red squirrel conservation. And for these reasons, I encourage members to oppose amendments 291, 292 and 293. Convener.
Thank you. Any other members? No. Mercedes Vallalba, to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 54.
Thank you, Convener. I think this is my first time winding up a group at stage 2, so quite excited, but I won't take up too much more of everyone's time. Very pleased to hear from the Cabinet Secretary that she has acknowledged the concerns from stakeholders regarding invasive non-native species as drivers of biodiversity loss, and I look forward to working with her on revised amendments ahead of stage 3. Cabinet Secretary did make a number of points in relation to conifers, which I would like to take a few minutes to respond to. The point that conifers help Scotland meet climate change targets. Now, there's native and non-native species. We have an abundance of non-native Sitka spruce. Yes, they sequester carbon, but then this type of tree is very fast growing, has a short life cycle, which means it's chopped down and then the carbon is released. So but it is possible to meet our climate change targets by investing in native woodland. That relates to another point that the Cabinet Secretary made, which is that okay, go ahead.
Has the member considered the huge demand for timber products that are grown in Scotland, and actually all that some of the ideas that the member would have would result in timber being imported from areas that had less focus on the natural environment?
I'm so glad you've made that point, because yes, I'm aware, and I was just coming on to it. So the demand for timber is in construction, and that would be hardwood. The vast majority of what we grow and produce here is softwood. It gets chopped up and it gets exported, and we are importing a great deal of wood for construction. We no longer have the vast native hardwood forest that we once did. We can bring them back by having mixed woodland and having continuous cover rather than chopping down whole forests at a time. There's a pathway to that. I accept it will be a transitory process and it's not going to happen overnight. But to say that we can't make interventions on non-native species because we are dependent on them is actually not the case. What we're currently dependent on is importing high quality timber from overseas, and we actually need to increase our natively grown timber for that purpose, for the transition. I'm going to continue. So I've covered the point about leading to imported timber. We already import timber. A lot of the timber that we're growing is sadly getting used for compound materials, or it's being used for wood heating. It's not the idea that we're not growing these large ancient trees that we once were to produce things out of them. That's just not the case. The Cabinet Secretary said that it's contributing £1.1 billion to the Scottish economy. That sounds like a very healthy and vibrant business that doesn't require public subsidy to me, and it would be better placed redirecting public subsidy to industries that are struggling but that provide a higher sustainability for the country and to help us with our transition. I don't think we should be rewarding industries that harm and that pollute. So on the one hand, we're publicly subsidising very healthy industries, and then the result of those industries is leading to environmental degradation that we're then, again, the public is then paying to clear up. So there's something going wrong there. And the Cabinet Secretary did refer to this coming forward in forest plan guidance, I think is what she said. And it would be interesting to hear more about that, especially ahead of stage 3, because I would be reluctant to drop this issue and leave it from this bill without some assurance that it will be addressed. Convener wants to come in.
Thank you for giving way. I don't recognise most of the facts that you're given in relation to the Scottish timber industry. But does the member not recognise that some of the most successful production of hardwood plantation is actually carried out by those very same forestry companies that you've mentioned, and that there's an ever-increasing percentage of the woodland or the land that's put aside for conifer plantations is reserved for hardwoods and native hardwoods?
Well, you're saying that it's the convener saying that it's ever-increasing percentage without providing any figures. I think an ever-increasing percentage on not very much is still not very much, and we need to go much further, faster. And with that, I will conclude, and I will not move 54 today, or seek to withdraw 54 on the grounds that I'll be working with the Cabinet Secretary ahead of Stage 3.
Thank you. The member has indicated that she'll not be moving Amendment 54, so it will not be considered. I call Amendment 55, the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 54. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. That's not been moved, so will not be considered today. I call Amendment 56 in the name of Mercedes Villalba, already debated with Amendment 54. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not move. That's
not been moved, so will not be considered. I call Amendment 195 in the name of Maurice Golden, already debated with Amendment 165. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That has not been moved, so will not be considered. That concludes our consideration of Stage 2 amendments for today. However, on the back of some points made during the debate, I'm minded to write to the Minister to ask for a more detailed written response to be sent to the committee in advance of further consideration of his Amendment 35. We were going to move into private to discuss our work programme, but I'm afraid we've run out of time. So we will now look at this next week. So that concludes our business for today, and I close this meeting.